What's going on? What's going on? This is the Broke Genius, and we have on the docket tonight how to be invisible. Okay, so basically, I've kind of already talked about how to be invisible, but I'm going to put a couple points to help you basically understand how to be invisible. This topic is something that actually I've been researching or wanting to research for years, and I basically ended up finding it out through just my own life, as far as how I live my life, just the luck that I've had in life. I found out basically how to be invisible, just through just my own trials and tribulations, because I actually was going to I was going to buy a book on how to be invisible, because it was recommended from a friend of mine years ago. I'm talking like over 10 years ago. It was recommended that I buy this book, How to Be Invisible. But basically, I found out how to be invisible through various means that I'm going to talk about today. And you can use these same tactics and help you to be more invisible. Because sometimes people want to actually be seen and heard and all of that type of stuff. But some people actually, they don't even want to be seen. Okay, they want to actually be, not seen. They want to be like in the shadows, because it's kind of hard to be invisible. It's a couple things that it'll be very difficult for the average person to be invisible. One is fame, and the other is fortune. Now, obviously, it's a lot of people that they have fortune, but they're not necessarily famous. Okay, it's a lot of rich people. You could go on, Black Enterprise magazine. You could go on the Forbes list. A lot of those people on that list, you probably never heard of them. Okay, some of the people are in the Forbes list are household names, but a lot of those people on that Forbes list, they're not. You wouldn't even know who they are. And then you got to think, those are the people just on the Forbes list. Think about their family members that, their wives, their children that, have some type of money or inheritance from their, father or their parents, basically. You wouldn't know these people, only people that maybe are wealthy, they know, okay, well, this is so and so. They, his father ran an oil company, 50 years ago, and and basically passed away and left him with the company. And he's he's pretty much he's you know uh, got money, just everywhere. Got he's pretty much made of money, right? That'll be the conversation that other wealthy people would mention if they saw somebody, in the street, or out and about. They would tell their significant other, this is such and such. They have, this, and they, run this company, that type of thing. But outside of that inner circle, or that small, part of society, the average person, you wouldn't know who this person is, how much money they actually have. Only the bank teller in the drive-through, or the bank teller when a guy goes in the bank, or a woman goes to the bank, they know, okay, this is Mrs. Smith. She's got, 10 she got $100 million in her account. She's a VIP customer or whatever. So, but the most people, they wouldn't know what somebody actual wealth is just by just looking at them on the street. And another thing, and another reason why, and to just talk about fame as well. If you're a famous person, such as an entertainer, you play in any of the professional sports leagues, and you're an actor, actress. Yeah, most people are gonna know who you are. I mean, it's gonna be very difficult to be invisible, but it's more or less probably easy now because of this pandemic. As you can see, this is actually a picture of me. I like to call it Mr. Invisible because actually I'm in full PPE gear. Actually, I got sunglasses on. I got a hat. I mean, you can't tell who the hell I am. I mean, with this setup here, you don't know who the hell this is. I mean, come on, you know. But even outside of COVID, you could wear the hat and the sunglasses, and a lot of times that's what celebrities do, and you wouldn't know who they are. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't be none the wiser. But I'm gonna go over some points on how I think that you can be invisible. One of the biggest things, and one of the reasons why you should look into invisibility, right, is because here's why. Here's a few things. Because obviously, a lot of people, let's just face it, a lot of people spend a lot of money, so they're not invisible, so they are visible, right? People spend quite a bit of money. They get, it's people right now today, they're going to get a car that they can't afford. They're going to get a house they can't afford. They're going to get expensive clothes. I mean, I'm on Instagram. I see people have all kind of fashion, Gucci and Prada, Dior, and all these other, expensive fashions. They're paying that money, so they can be visible, right? Okay. So most people are actually trying to be more visible. They're not trying to be invisible. But it's pros and cons to being invisible, right? So one of the pros is that you are less acceptable to getting robbed. So I'm in the Chicago area, right? And robberies are something that is quite common, and if you're one of those types of guys or women that are very flashy, you have a quote unquote, not, I won't even say a Birkin bag, but even if you have a Michael Kors purse, and you have a brand new car, or even a brand new foreign car, and then you live in a very nice house, you're gonna stick out, and in the more high crime the neighborhood you're in, the more susceptible you are to getting robbed. Going to the gas station, you might get robbed. You go into get your groceries, or you just go into a store and you might get robbed, right? Well, that's because you're very appealing. Those fashions that you have, the car that you have, everything you have is very appealing. Therefore, somebody else might want what you have and also think that you have more. You might have more. It's not uncommon for robbers to rob the person and then, want them to go to their house, take them to, go to your ATM, get more money out, go back to your house even. I mean, those are rare cases. Usually robberies are, smash and grab or whatever. And that's it. But it's been cases where individuals have robbed an individual and asked, basically told them to take me where you live, okay? Because I want more. You obviously have more than what you have in your car. I want to get everything up off of you, right? So in that case, one of the strongest cases, right? It's a case for invisibility. It's a very small percentage of individuals that actually would like to be invisible. I guess the appeal is for people to actually, um, basically be invisible if they already have wealth, right? If you're already rich and you're already wealthy, it might be more of a case for you to be invisible, right? Because you already have what everybody wants to get, and therefore you don't necessarily want anyone to think that you're very wealthy in appearance, because you don't want to get robbed. You don't want anyone to rob you, or think that because it's some robberies that happen where an individual gets murdered. Okay, the robber, the victim, the victim of the robber gets shot. And then he or she doesn't make it. That happens. I mean, I'm from Chicago. The news stories on every day, every week. It's something happened where it's a robbery where the individual got hurt or worse. If I had $1 for every incident where I heard of a robber actually killing his victim, because it's usually a man robbing an individual, I would have enough money to put some gas in my car, and I'll be driving for a little while, because I've been watching news stories damn near all my most of my life, and it's been many robbery cases where the person did not make it from the robbery, whether they were fighting or put up a struggle, or it was just a matter of the robber just didn't want to, be identified, maybe possibly. So he just killed the victim. So in that case, you got to understand that that may make it where you want to possibly look into being more invisible, right? So when I think of invisibility, right, I think of an individual. I think of stories, because see, in the Chicago area, and even you want to say Chicagoland area, it's people that are millionaires, right? And it's a individual that I know of that he owns quite a bit of real estate land. He's been a successful real estate developer, and he's a multimillionaire. But in order to hang with, like, the average everyday individual, like this gentleman, he hangs out in some of the poorest neighborhoods of Chicago, and only a few select individuals actually know that this person is a millionaire. He dresses very modest, has a very modest car, wouldn't know that this guy's a millionaire. You wouldn't know that he has a property downtown Chicago, another property, in a well-to-do neighborhood. His daughter has a property in a well-to-do neighborhood, and other properties across the Chicagoland area. You wouldn't know all of that because this individual, he has mastered the art of invisibility. Okay, so I'm gonna go over some points that basically, if you are wanting to understand how to be invisible, you can look at these points and see. I'm gonna talk about it in the end about just basically the main point of how you can be invisible, and I'm gonna get to that uh, in a second. Okay. So the first point is be silent. Okay. Um, One thing I noticed is a lot of wealthy individuals, they're very quiet and very reserved. They don't even be on social media. Some individuals, they're very very quiet, and they almost like hang in the shadows because they just don't they just really don't want to be heard. They don't want to even be seen. They just want to just stay in the shadows, just have people think that they're possibly even dead. Where is this individual? They just make money off of, like, for example, like somebody that was in a hit 80s and 90s sitcom, right? Made a few movies back in the 90s, and are just literally living off of royalties and the money that they made in the 80s and 90s. And they just sitting in the shadows, kind of doing some work here and there, on productions, but they're just pretty much in the shadows. They don't necessarily come out of that shadow. They're pretty quiet. They're not really doing any TV shows or movies. They're just kind of like in the background. You just kind of forget about them, and then that's what they want, because they don't necessarily. Not everybody wants the fame, right? They don't want. Everybody doesn't want to be like hoarded when they go outside. They want people to kind of forget about them, because eventually, certain individuals, the younger people get and the older people get and die. A lot of the older celebrities that were around in the 80s and 90s, the younger people would not recognize them. You know, um, you know, Robert Townsend. I mean, not too many people will know, like millennials, or especially young millennials and zennials, right? They wouldn't know who that is unless they Googled it. Okay, Googled that person. But I know who Robert Townsend is. Okay, he was in the movie Meteor Man. So but if you saw Robert Townsend out walking around, you wouldn't know that this guy was in Cooley High and other movies in the 70s and the 80s and stuff like that. You wouldn't know because he just wasn't around. And he's one of those individuals that I would say that have had the fame and the fortune, and he just pretty much kind of has the fortune now. He's not out and about. He's not doing too many things. He's not really out, just quiet, sitting in the shadows, just having a good time, enjoying his life. And he's a prime example of what I'm talking about, and how to be invisible. Okay, so the second thing is, I want to say be basic. Okay, so let's say the example of being basic is, so if you let's say you got $10 million in the bank. Now, you ultimately can go get the Maserati. You can go get whatever exotic car you can get. You can get at least one or two, right? You can get a Lambo, you can get a Ferrari. You can get quite a few different types of cars, right? And then ultimately you can live any neighborhood you just about want to, and you can afford to live a lot of different places, right? Well, the house and the car, that is, very, very flashy, right? It's gonna get attention. Okay. If you're trying to be invisible, what I would say is you only should be, visible around other wealthy people. If you want complete invisibility, you basically you would have to be like you would have to just buy like a brand new or used Honda Civic, or not Civic, but Honda Accord. You would have to basically live in a neighborhood that's like maybe at the very most, maybe upper middle class. And like for example, okay, if you look up the owner of Koch Foods, Kochch Foods, this guy, he's a billionaire, and he's very basic as far as what he has. He has literally a basic house in the south side of Chicago. He drives a Cadillac, okay? And it's a used Cadillac, and he's totally fine with it. Now, this is from the articles that I read on this guy. Now, that's very basic for somebody that's actually a billionaire, right? Most people that even are millionaires, not most people, but a lot of people that are millionaires, even people that are not millionaires, they have a $500,000 house. They have, the best foreign cars or whatever car that you can get, domestic car that you can get. Their car is typically worth book value about 30,000 to 50 to $60,000. Brand new Audi, or some type of Mercedes or BMW or Range Rover, some car that's anywhere between the range of 50,000 to $100,000, and it's usually no less than 2 or 3 years old, right? That's typically what even individuals that are very high in credit use, and they have a job to make like $100,000 or $200,000 a year, or even close to $100,000 a year. That's typically how these people live. I mean, they make that, and then they probably their wife makes about the same thing, and they both have very expensive foreign cars, and they have car payments, and then like I say, their house is like $500,000, and then their mortgage is like $4,000 or $5,000 a month, or let's just say $500,000 house. Their mortgage is probably like $5,000-$6,000 a month or something like that. But they maxed out. But this is just like on the lower end of people that actually try to be very, very visible. But even people that can ultimately afford it, millionaires, they typically live like that too. Okay, a lot of times the people that work the jobs and they're like a lower tier executive and they make 100 and some $1,000 a year, they're really trying to compete with other individuals that are millionaires already, but they are themselves not millionaires. So, like I say, if you want full invisibility, you would literally have to live a lifestyle as if you made $50,000 a year. Just a basic house, maybe $150,000, no more than $150,000. A basic used car, ideally either five years old, or even between the range of 10 to 5 years old. A used car, basically, and your clothes is very basic: Dockers, Gap, clothing, Old Navy, Levi's, occasional Nautica and Polo is fine, but definitely no Prada, no Gucci, no Dior, no Da Vinci, none of the European expensive brands, none of those basically, because when people see that, they know, even if you have a triple fat goose coat, a triple fat goose coat is like, people know that's like three, $400, $500 coat. So, that is something that's kind of, this is visible, right? So you would just have to have very basic clothing, right? That would be full invisibility. Now, another way you can do it is, if you're already wealthy and rich, is that, like, if you're say, let's say you're rich already, you got $10 million in the bank, you can basically just, if you already have like nice things, like all of the, like everything you want as far as the clothing you want, and they are high fashion. They are the European, very expensive brands. You have the mansion, you have the Ferrari, the Maserati, the AMG, Mercedes Benz, the M5 BMW, the brand new Range Rover. You have all of this stuff, right? Well, what I would do is, because I would more or less go for half invisibility. I would basically have like a used GM, right? That, or other used cars that are like basic cars. And then I would also have basic clothes. So let's say you're going to go visit your family, and yeah, they kind of know you loaded, but you're pulling up in a 2014 Impala, and then you just got on basic clothes, because you're around other basic people that, as far as income, so you're not offending these people, or not so much offending them, you're not like, showboating, because basically, coming around people that are less fortunate than you are, you should be basic. Basically, if you're going for like half invisibility, you should be like, okay, when you drive around, because, like, for example, it's a lot of old school players, right? What they'll do is, they'll have the Corvette, they'll have the nice car, but what they'll do is, when they try to meet some woman, they go meet them with their hoopty, or their little, like, basic car, because what they want to see is how this woman acts when he picks him up in a basic car, comes around in a basic car, and then he shows off, his very nice car and everything like that. Because, I mean, that's another thing, and I'm not, maybe, I could talk about that more on the Patreon side, but you can actually, in dating and mating, you can also be basic, because you can pretend, you can basically get a condo, right, and then have a basic car parked out of your condo, and you can actually pretend like you're, quote unquote, just a regular, average, everyday working guy that is, you know trying to get by just like everybody else. And then on the other level, you can still have your other lifestyle. So it's like you can have two lifestyles with this invisibility, okay? Because nobody, somebody you're dating, unless you're like kind of visible, they wouldn't know. I mean, as far as visible on paper, like if there's news articles with your name on it and you're like some hot shot in a company, don't get me wrong. Like, women are not stupid. They will Google your name. So once they find out who you are, you trying to pretend like just this average guy that just got a condo and a car, that's not gonna fly. Women that typically have any type of common sense, they know to Google a guy when they first meet him. Especially somebody that they don't really know, and then maybe a lot of times men like this are older, they're gonna Google that name. Okay, they're gonna Google your name. If you're anyone who's who of anybody, they're gonna find that out. But if you, let's just say you're not on Google, you just basically won the lottery, or you made a bunch of money trading stocks or something like that, and then or whatever, real estate, and you just never made any newspapers, you never made the article of Black Enterprise magazine, you never made any Forbes articles, any art, you Google yourself, and basically you will be able to use your invisibility as a card, right? Because if you do have any Google searches with your name on it, and they show who you actually are as far as how wealthy you are and everything like this, the invisibility will not work, unfortunately. I mean, because that's the thing about fame and fortune. A lot of times, even when you attain fortune, you're gonna make some news headlines. I mean, people start to pay attention to you when you have some financial successes. People start writing articles about you. That's just how it goes. I mean, at one time, I knew who Robert Smith was well before a lot of people knew who Robert Smith was. But when he, ultimately gave that all of that money to Morehouse graduates, that is when he became more of so a household name. Well, before that, I knew who he was, and even a lot of times, even him, he was not able to be invisible because in the private world he was not known, but in the business world, which I am in, he was known because he's made business articles, plenty of business articles with his various investments and companies that he's had. So I knew who he was, and most people in business knew who he was as well. So he wouldn't be able to be invisible, right? But and even the guy that owns Koch Foods or whatever, he wouldn't be able to be invisible. This would only work to like the half invisibility or whatever, would only work with or even to be fully invisible. You would not have to be able to be. No one can Google your name, right? And you come up with news articles. Like, you'll just have to, like, this won't work for anyone that is probably worth more than $500 million, or 200 million dollars, unless you made your money very low key and you did not make any news articles with your success. This will not work. I mean, this will typically only work for someone that is probably worth $1 million to $2 million, and that's it. Because or not, not 2 million, but $10 million, because ideally, once you start to make a lot of money, you start to make articles. Okay, even if it's local news articles, you start to become famous. As far as on news articles and stuff like that, or even if you want to say locally famous, that actually is not able to. You're not able to really have the cloak of invisibility if you're able to be your name is able to be come up on a Google search that notates your financial attainment, right, or financial success. But let's say you aren't able to do that, or you're not up on Google searches or whatever. Then yeah, you can literally have a lifestyle where you can have half invisibility or full invisibility, because nobody would know that you're this wealthy individual. And you can date women, and actually they don't know, none the wiser. And that's pretty much it. But you would have to be basic. That's another thing. A lot of times, what do people, even myself, the reason why that I want to attain wealth, the reason why I want to be rich is because I want these rewards. I want these nice things that kind of I've always wanted. I've wanted a Lamborghini since I was in grammar school and high school. When I was in high school and grammar school, the Lamborghini I wanted was a Lamborghini Countach. Okay, I don't even want that same Lamborghini. No, I don't think I want it, but they that's a collector's car at this point. But I mean, the whole idea of me actually becoming rich, becoming wealthy, is so I can have some things that I always wanted, right? So I wouldn't even go for 100% invisibility because that ain't what I would do. I would do maybe half invisibility, at the very least, or if I didn't even care, like I don't think I would even care enough. This is just to help people if they wanted to be invisible, because I'm, to be honest with you, I probably at my age and in my concern, I really wouldn't care about the invisibility part, because I mean, don't get me wrong, I know how to be invisible though. Some people probably just don't know how to be invisible, but I'm gonna get into that on my next point. So basically, the biggest way to be invisible, and this is what I learned from basically. Let me fix this typo here. Um, so yeah, I thought that was an O, but it actually was a P. So one of the biggest epiphanies that I came up with is, as far as just being that guy that just never really could figure things out financially, never could strike it rich or anywhere near rich. Being that guy that what I'm saying, yeah, that's him. He broke, girl. He got some good, but he broke in a motherfucker. Like, just being that dude, like, I mean, I know I figured out I did not have to write a book, or I mean not write a book, but read a book on how to be invisible. Basically, if you're already broke, remember how broke you were and just appear as if you were just always broke, and nobody would never know. Nobody would know, none the wiser. That is one of the keys to being invisible, because people just want you. People worship money. They worship financial success. Just face it. It's an entire industry on people faking like they have financial attainment, like they're rich. Rich pretenders. Okay, so how much money can you make off of rich pretenders? Let's say I wanted to be a scam artist. All I would have to do is just buy a whole bunch of fake Fendi, a whole bunch of fake Prada, a whole bunch of fake Gucci, fake designer watches, Rolex watches, fake jewelry, just fake, and I would be a millionaire, multi-millionaire, because people want fake shit. They want cheap stuff that is knockoffs, because they want to pretend, they want to actually be um visible. They want to be people, women. Just think about how bad women want to be visible, right? And it's an entire makeup industry on women being more visible. Okay, makeup, hair extensions, weave, eyelashes. I was just in Lowe's trying to fix my grandmother's light switch that you know broke because the damn refrigerator was trying to bring the refrigerator up on some He-Man shit, and broke the light switch, right? So I'm in Lowe's getting my light switches, getting a Havoc vacuum cleaner, and the chick at the register had some big ass eyelashes, and I just couldn't help to think, like, God damn, this shit. She thinks this shit looks good. Like, this shit looks utterly ridiculous. But I mean, it just goes to show that a lot of women, they spend a lot of money to actually be visible. Okay, the hair, the makeup, the nails, and then the clothes and the shoes. Basically the whole idea is what? To be suited and booted. Women spend a lot of money on being suited and booted, and let's face it, statistically, 80 to 90% of individuals are financially deficient. Actually, financially deficient. I'm one, but okay, I am not necessarily trying really hard to be visible. Now, I can look up, like I've looked up on my Mercedes truck. I looked up. I bought it for $700. It didn't look like it looked when I bought it. Like now, I got it fixed up and everything like that. But you know, it's like my cousin. He went and bought got a loan on a brand new Mercedes truck. Okay, he had a foreclosure. One of his townhouses, it went into foreclosure. I mean, he seen the struggle I had with my last car note, but he went, got a brand new, Mercedes truck, right? So it's like, okay, well, a lot of people are financially deficient. Basically 8 to 9 out of 10 people are financially deficient. That's basically what I'm saying. Okay, they financially deficient. In case you didn't know, in case you just totally unaware, right? That means you have a negative net worth, meaning you have more debt than you actually have money. Debt. That means you're financially deficient. So just think of how many people that they're trying to actually, because it's a few people out of that 9 or 8 out of 10, right? It's probably one or two, like let's just say, a few individuals within that percentage that are like myself. They are actually trying to get out of debt. They have a minimalistic approach. They're actually trying to cut their expenses. They're trying to cut their debts, right? They're doing a debt payoff and all of that snowball. They're, not, they're paying off their car payments, or they're not even getting any car payments. They're being financially responsible to get out of debt, right? Well, most people are not. Okay, most people, they don't have to really appear to be financially deficient. They are financially deficient. The problem is most people try to appear as if they're not financially deficient. Because it's like when you go on a date with a woman, or even if for vice versa, a woman goes on a date with the man, okay, yeah, you might come pull up in a brand new Audi, a brand new Range Rover, but okay, because the thing about it is men do the same thing. The men just do things a little bit different. Okay, so women tend to, you know, pay all of this money to get suited and booted, and then also pay for the hair extensions and the nails and the hair and the eyebrows and all this other crap and makeup, right? And it's a lot of money, right? Well, men do what men do is they spend a lot of money on their car, primarily their car, right? Rims, sound systems, limo tent, all of that type of stuff, right? Accessories, and they spend a lot of money on their car, and then it's no different than the woman that's trying to get suited and booted and try to look good from head to toe. She's just basically, they're both two people trying to appear as if they're not financially deficient, but they are, And on this channel, okay, there's other people that have way more money than me and are not financially deficient. Well, I'm the channel that takes these individuals and actually, throws them in the trash because I'm letting them know that you don't have any solace with me. I ain't no different than these other individuals. I'm just the person that's just here to like I'm like the just look at my channel as like a crackhead, a crack house for crackheads, like that's trying to get out of stop being crackheads. They come to my channel, and it's like a crack house. And then I tell them, I wake them up like, you're a crackhead, right? You might come here but I ain't one of them channels that pretend and all of this other stuff. And then you listen to these other channels where they make you feel really bad. Well, I ain't here to make you feel good either. So the thing is my channel was more of a self-improvement channel and a wake-up channel, like wake your ass up. So the thing about it is that's why a lot of people, they don't necessarily like my message either, because I'm not even one of those that's gonna pretend like everything is peachy and creamy. But the thing about it is the game of being the rich pretender, you can make a lot of money off of that. I just choose not to. I mean, a long time ago, I did sell the fake Jordans, and I did that thing, but I'm not into that anymore. I mean, everything that I try to sell online on eBay is 100% authentic. I'm just not into that stuff. But that being said, if you did appear to be financially deficient and you did have money, you can pretty much weed out a lot of people that maybe want you for your financial success, and you can avoid a lot of people trying to rob you, because ain't nobody trying to rob nobody at a 2010 Honda Accord or 2012 Honda Accord. Okay, they're not gonna rob you. Okay, and then you come out of the 2012 Honda Accord, and then you got on some basic jeans, basic gym shoes, and a shirt. They don't know that you got $10 million, $50 million in your bank account. They don't know. From you, from looking at you, you just, I mean, I'm not saying you be dusty or dirty. I mean, you just basic, right? They don't know. They don't know that you got 20, 30, 40, $50 million in your bank account. They just look at you like somebody that's just an average dude that just got a job, probably as a manager at Walmart, coming out of your 2012 Honda Accord, and you're responsible, just a square. They don't know anything about the fact that worth $50 million. That is what I'm talking about. Like, that is a complete invisibility cloak. And people need to get into that. Like, I think people need to be more invisible. A lot of these robberies that happen and everything like that, that is definitely something that could have been avoided. What's going on, Iori? Yeah, I used to sell fake Jordans, man. I mean, there's people that's still doing that. I was mentioning earlier that, basically it's an entire industry on fake stuff, or the Fox industry, which is FAUX, which is fake. I mean, it's a lot of fake Yeezys, fake Jordans, fake Prada shoes, Gucci belts. Man, it's an entire industry, man, of fake stuff. And it's some people that even know they're fake and they still buy it. And then there's people that don't know none the wiser and they want to buy it. And then there's people that actually want a deal and they know the fake stuff, and then they complain after they buy it. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really into that. People that are into it, okay, cool. But the thing about it is, I kind of know about that, like, lifestyle, whatever. Like, first of all, people ideally are not like, you don't buy Gucci shoes and Prada shoes on Facebook Marketplace. You don't even really ideally want to buy them off of eBay. if you do buy stuff off of eBay, you want to check the reviews and you want to check the individual seller if they like continuously sell these items. Like if they continuously sell Gucci shoes or Prada shoes, whatever, and Louis Vuitton shoes, and they have reviews, bona fide reviews, most of the time, this is a legitimate seller. But if they just like, selling one pair and then they have no reviews on any of, merchandise that they've sold that are like anything similar, you just got to question that. And it's just like really ideally you just want to definitely buy those types of things from the actual retailer, because a lot of times you buying stuff and it's fake. Unless you're authentic, like unless you like really are good at spotting authentic merchandise, you would not know. Just wouldn't know. But I mean, the thing is that yeah, I mean, it's so many people that are actually trying to actually beat them. But I mean, it's nothing. See, the whole thing about it is, and I'm not gonna rag on nobody, because what are we taught from being children, right? We taught from being children onwards to be what? Our best selves, to put our best foot forward. Anybody going out getting nice things and nice cars and stuff, they ain't doing nothing but trying to do what their parents taught them. Most of our parents taught us to be our best selves, our teachers, our coaches. So when you go out and you get all of these things, you know, you want to live good. A lot of times people don't want to wait for to them to save money and stuff like that. They just want everything right now. But you got to ask yourself, I mean, you might be, you stunt your growth, your financial growth, when you go out and you get a house you can't afford. When you go out and get cars you can't afford. I just got a house that is only 10 grand, right? I mean, you know, if I would have got a car, I could, what I'm saying, I wouldn't get anything. I would just have a car. Now I have the same struggle I have. I mean, I could have got a car for 10 grand, or I could have got a car loan for 20 to 30 grand, but I wouldn't have got nowhere. I would have lost out on interest, the money paying the car back. I wouldn't have got nowhere. It would have literally stunted me. I would probably be sleeping out that car. I would have had to sleep in the car, right? Because I'd have no other way to go. I mean, so it's like, yeah, you gotta think of these things. Like, this is why I speak about stuff like this. Because I don't know how many guys I follow, they're successful now, but these guys, they got to where they got because they had some hard nights where they had to sleep on a bench in a park. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mark Monroe, man, from the Come Up. Like, I mean, when he told me that story, man, about him actually getting kicked out of his grandparents' house and then sleeping on a park bench, man, that hit my soul, man. I mean, that was like, man, I understand when people, they went to moments where they just were homeless or whatever. I understand that because I've been there. I've been in situations where I could have been, all it would have took was just, somebody, a couple people to say no to me, and I've been out, trying to sleep in my car, or it was times I didn't even have a car. I would have had to, I don't know what I would have done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, this is kind of like the slippery slope of where you go into when you actually make those financial decisions to get a car, $40,000-$50,000, and then you live in an apartment building. Then next thing you know, you lose your job, and then you park in your car different places every night because you don't want to get your car repossessed. And then if you got your car, if your car is getting repossessed, 9 times out of 10, your rent is behind as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this slippery slope, and it comes from making these financial decisions. Well, my channel was all about checking yourself before you wreck yourself, man. Because that's bad for your financial health. And yeah, that's that's some Ice Cube, man. I just flipped it. But yeah, I mean, my channel, this is what this is about, man. These young people, they're coming into some money now, and they're thinking about following their friends, and they following other people that are financially deficient, and they want to be visible, right? Well, this is why I made this topic. This is why I'm talking about how to be invisible. Because, the thing about it, yeah, I get it. Nobody really wants to be, I mean, people know nobody, a lot of times people get bad, they feel bad because, like, okay, here's the thing, like, I know the whole thing, right? You broke, you don't have no money, no, not a lot of women want you, right? Because you feel down about yourself, and you don't understand things, and you don't really feel confident because you don't even. I mean, you're not a savage enough that you're gonna be like having sex in your car. You can't. You don't really got a spot to even date a woman or whatever. You can't even go on dates. I mean, yeah, it sucks, and then you are actually invisible, right? You're just like me, where, or even worse, because I'm not necessarily that invisible. When I go outside, I get looks. I'm just picky. I'm highly picky at this point because I've already been divorced and I've already got children. I can wait. I can even get a passport, in a year or two, and I can, what I'm saying, I can go somewhere and wait that long. But the thing is that I get it, right? You want to actually be visible, right? You want to actually be visible. You know what I'm saying? You're tired of being not picked and all that. Well, the thing about me is, I kind of, in a way, I like being invisible. I like my phone not ringing because, I mean, I'm financially focused, I'm money focused, and don't nobody call my phone unless it's about no money. That lifestyle, man, it's good, man. I like it because if you ain't about no wealth, you ain't about no money, don't call my phone. Then nobody call. No, my friends don't. My high school friends don't know my number. Like, I mean, I'm attainable and reachable because of my businesses that I have. My business phone number or whatever. It's right there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So I'm reachable, but you ain't getting my personal number because there ain't no reason for you to get my personal number. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 100% business, and I don't, if you're not reaching out to me to basically try to help me take over the world, help me help you take over the world, or take over Chicago, or take over Indiana, or wherever. I don't even call me because I don't even want to talk about like goofy bullshit. I don't have no tolerance for that. I don't want to go have no drinks. What the fuck are we drinking over? What did you sign a contract, or did you get a new deal or something like that? I mean, what are we going to have drinks? So what are we meeting for lunch for? Oh, just to talk about what? I mean, it has to be some reason for the season for me to actually meet, because I'm a businessman now. Okay, I don't have time for anything other than business. I just went to my house today, and I met with my electrician, and he basically gave me this. The bad news is that I got to rewire my entire house because it's just a lot of messed up stuff or whatever. But the thing about it is, I already had that understanding that possibly could be the case. It's another $1,000+ Okay, it's gonna get done. I mean, I ain't do nothing but just go get the piping that's needed and the conduit or whatever, and you know what I'm saying. A couple weeks is gonna be done, and then after that, I mean, it's plumbing. So it's like, I say all of that to say, basically, I got the weekend. My weekends is still busy, and my weekdays is definitely busy. And I ain't got time for anything other than profit, man. My phone is for profit. Okay, my phone is for money and profit and business and betterment of, I don't have no problems with people calling me if they want to better themselves, they want advice. I have no problems for that. But if you want to call me and talk about like personal, like who had sex with Jane type shit, I don't have no time for that. I have children, I have, freaking responsibilities, man. I have no time for that. So I mean, I am actually, I'm an invisible man. All right. Um, as far as things is concerned, how I got that way is that, I mean, a lot of times, basically, I never kept the same phone number, and it's not because I didn't want to. I had periods where I just got broke as hell, or something happened, and I just, I didn't have the same phone number. I mean, a lot of times that's happened more than one time in the last 5 to 10 years. So probably in the last 10 years, that's probably happened like at least 4 or 5 times. So in the course of many phone number changes, I don't. I mean, my personal phone number is damn near, I mean, shit, I don't even give it out. I don't have to because I have a Google number. All of my business and everything go to the Google number. I mean, it's a couple people, friend of mine, that have my personal number, but even my friend, I mean, he put money in on a property. Okay, we doing business together. I mean, my other friend, he has a business and he's got contracts and stuff like that. I mean, he's busy with that. So it's like I just, I have a very small circle, man. And I'm not trying to say anybody should be like me, but the thing about it is, yeah, I'm not rich, and a lot of times it's a couple things. I'm not very social, and I'm not rich. You know what I'm saying? So I don't pretend that I'm rich. I don't try to go out my way for women to appear like I'm rich. I actually, by even just being myself, I actually look. I mean, I do have a nice car. I mean, how much did I pay for it? I literally paid less than $3 grand altogether for it. I mean, I bought the car for $750. I, basically put like about $2,500 into the car, and that's it. But I still, even that, like, I mean, yeah, I'm one of them dudes that, I'm not necessarily invisible, but I didn't try hard. I swear to God, I didn't try that hard. Like, I don't try hard at all. Like, I mean, and then, I mean, I got another truck. I got a pickup truck, and that's for, business purposes, basically. Well, basically real estate primarily because, I'm gonna need to haul wood. I'm gonna need to pick up refrigerators and countertops and stuff like that. I'm gonna need a pickup truck, so I just bought one, because it was right there, and I just got it. I'm saying I got to put some work into it and all of that, but I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not necessarily like a poor guy because there's a difference between being poor and being broke, and whatnot, and then being someone that's climbing the ladder. I'm someone that definitely is trying to climb the ladder, but I ain't nowhere near. It's a lot of people that are probably doing better than me financially, but they probably have more debt than I have because I have no mortgage, I have no car payments, um, anything associated with those I don't have. So I just got. I'm trying to do the impossible though, which is very difficult. The impossible is buying a house cash and with no mortgage, and then you got to fix it up out of your own pocket. Very, very difficult to do. Very, very difficult. Very time sensitive, time oriented, and heavily cash a lot of expenses with that. Like this house is probably going to net. It's probably going to cost me $25,000 to fix up. I've already I've already put at least $5,000 into it. So I got another 20 to go. But I mean, the thing about it is, one thing about fixing up houses, like for example, because I talked about on my apps, because I use an app called Renovately, and it's a very good app to track your renovations. If you're like, do-it-yourselfer, fixer-upper, as well as like a real estate investor. So, I mean, I'm at like 42% as far as my entire project of my house. So, every week, every time something gets done, I get closer to, 50% and more. But I'm gonna be honest with you. This house, I'm not gonna be waiting to the house is 100% in order for me to move into it. I'm gonna be moving into this house probably when I'm at about 50 to 60%, and the house will be 100% when, after I, move into it. I mean, well, on in the course of me actually moving into it, because, the need for me to do that is just more of a need, and that's why I bought that. So, I'm gonna be actually, moving in with the house not being complete, but I can get the projects done a lot quicker by me actually being in the house versus me being somewhere else. But I mean, all of that aside, I mean, this is just how I live my life. I mean, I'm not, like I say, I'm not necessarily 100% invisible. I mean, I could really, really go out my way to be invisible, but um, you know, I still, I'm just picky. I'm not gonna, say that I don't really try. I don't try. I don't listen to any, dating advice and everything. I got the general basics as well as the advanced stuff. And as far as women is concerned, I don't try either, because ideally women they're not really attracted by men that have money and everything like that. Because the thing about it is, a lot of times women that have money, or they have men with money, they still want a broke guy to fuck the shit out of them, because the rich guy might not have the time, energy, may not be able to. But this, like, young strapping dude that works at Home Depot, that's lifting, lumber every day, he can, because, he's got the strong back and everything like that. Whereas, I mean, you're trying to break your neck, trying to do all of these risky things in life to be rich, to try to please a woman, where your woman, you get upset because she cheating on you with a broke dude. So it's like, the thing about it is, I see this because, I mean, I know a lot of broke dudes. So, I mean, it's like, once I realized that, I definitely stopped breaking my back trying to make money to please a woman. That I stopped doing that a long time ago. But you know, yeah, I mean, if you definitely appear to be financially deficient, and you have wealth, you have riches, and you're not able to be Googled, you can definitely be invisible. No doubt about it. You don't even need to read a book. Basically, you can just basically, when you're around people that are, you know, um, broke. If you're in a neighborhood where it's like mixed, then it'll be kind of hard to be invisible. But if you're like in a well-to-do neighborhood and everybody's pretty much kind of like flashy, then you just stay within your neighborhood. But when you're going out of your neighborhood that day, you go hop in your Chevy Impala, you go hop in your Chevy Malibu, or your Ford Focus, your Chevy, your Honda Accord, yeah, and then you put on you put on your regular clothes, and nobody would know. But see, what a lot of people do, they go hop in their Maserati, and then they go pull up in the hood in the gas station, and then they wonder why they made the 6 o'clock news and they sitting in a hospital bed with a bunch of bullet holes in their leg and their arm and their torso and damn near on life support. And they like, damn, well, I just was trying to get some gas. I mean, and it's like, the thing about it is we live in a very rich country, but it's a very unequal country as far as wealth distribution. So it's very few people that are rich and wealthy, and you know, and it's just most people don't, and then some of the don't, or let's just say the haves and the have-nots, right? It's way more have-nots than there are haves, and a lot of the have-nots will rob you, right? So, not all of the have-nots will rob you, but just, in certain areas or whatever, you might get robbed. So it's like, in order to, kind of blend in, yeah, you want to definitely be invisible, unless you want to have bodyguards around you every day, and wherever you go, and not everybody wants to live like that, so it's like, you gotta understand, shoot, you watch this video. I know you rich fuckers are watching this video and not giving me any money. But anyway, I mean, I made this video for everybody, so it's okay. I really don't care. I'm gonna be rich regardless. I mean, I'll shoot. I'll be in the you'll see me soon. But anyway, that's how you do it, man. So yeah, this is another video on the docket. Let's see. I think tomorrow, I don't really know what I'm gonna talk about tomorrow, but I think I have something to talk about tomorrow. And that's it. So yeah, definitely got a lot to do. Next week is definitely back to the grind. Holiday after the holidays. I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to actually hop on. I just see like one person, but I mean, if you want to actually chop it up and talk about the topic, pretty much how to be invisible, you could do that. And I definitely got to talk a little bit more about it. I mean, I got some time, I'm the thing about it is, man, once you actually if you don't have a lot of money, and you're not like really, braggadocious, and you're not trying to pretend to be rich, right? You're not one of those rich pretenders, because it's a lot of, you gotta face it, like, I mean, a lot of people are rich pretenders, I mean, you just think about how many people have a $50,000 car, and they have, $500,000 homes, $250,000 homes. I mean, I'm not talking about people that live, people that living in New York and LA. Like, whenever I talk about, on my channel, this is an addendum. Whenever I talk about housing costs and whatnot, I'll just say housing costs, because the car, you don't get no goddamn pass. But housing costs are people that are excluded from this conversation is people probably in like real estate markets that are very, very expensive. Austin, Dallas, Miami, New York, LA, even probably Washington or whatever, anywhere where the real estate market, all of the Northeast, damn near, you're excluded from the basically the talking down upon, right? Because if you're in those markets, you basically can't, in order to compete, you have to, because like, I mean, I understand, like in LA, I looked up like where to live where Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre shot his videos for like G Thing and Gin and Juice. You gotta spend $500,000 just to get a hood house. Just to This shit, I can't. I gotta let. I can't. I'm sorry. I have to just. Oh my god! Just to get the house that Craig and Day Day I mean not Day Day Craig and Smokey was sitting in front of. You gotta spend. You gotta. I mean that's probably more expensive. Probably like $1 million for that neighborhood they shot Friday in, that house or whatever. I mean, or anywhere on that block. But this is what I'm talking about. Like to live in the hood in LA, you got to spend like $1 million, of $500,000. So I mean, when I talk about like 250,000 and $500,000, I'm talking about people in the Midwest, in the South, that ain't gotta get houses like that. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Soul Shader? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like that, the freaking West Coast, primarily Northeast, anywhere near the freaking sea, the fucking like where they loading up containers and shit like that, where it's a lot of money, like it's excluded from the conversation, man. Okay, I'm talking about my people in the Midwest that's house poor as hell because they trying to keep up with the Joneses and the Smiths and the Robertsons and all that and the Jacksons. You know what I'm saying? That's that's what I'm talking about. Like those, you trying to be a rich pretender. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole country. See, this is why I like, people sneak watch my channel and shit like that, because they know I'm not lying. The most of the country is a bunch of rich pretenders. And especially in the Midwest, it's so me because you don't have to. You can, man. Okay, in Chicago, you can get a property for like definitely less than 50,000, $100,000, definitely. Okay, and you be fine. Okay, it might be, it might be in crime might be a little bit of the issue, but the thing is, you can get a house like that, right? And the thing is that you don't have to get a $300,000 house. People do it and then be and they be like the wife and the husband be in the house arguing every day because they pissed off because they got freaking all of these bills that they can't pay. What's going on, Iori?
What's good, bro? Shout out to MSP. Shout out to Al's Herb. Shout out to everything, man. And
I
shout out to
appreciate
all the homies out here basically doing what they doing. So how you doing, bro?
Man, appreciate it, man. So, what do you think about the topic, man? And what do you think about, like, are you a rich pretender, or how do you get down, like, in your life as far as like, you know inside and out,
I mean, I'm a pretty bare essentials dude, bro. Like I
mm-hmm,
don't I don't try to like pretend to be rich and stuff like that because every time you do that, there's somebody else that basically can do it better than you can. And also there are people that actually have money that look at you like you fucking stupid too. So,
mm-hmm,
like in terms of like, for example, the cars that I drive are probably, a couple of years older than uh like current year. You know, place I live is pretty modest. Like, cause the way I look at it is, if I really want to like hit it up real hard, I'll do it when I've got the opportunity to. I ain't gonna
right,
like, I ain't gonna lease some shit and tell somebody that I own it and shit like that.
right,
You know
yeah,
what I mean? It's like, yeah, there
yeah,
was there was a saying in the game that says there ain't no leasing this pimping. You either got it or you don't. So like I took that saying when I heard it from like Rosebud and shit, and I basically took that to real life. It's like, yo, if you don't got what you don't got, ain't no reason to tell people that you got what you don't have.
right,
That's all.
exactly. Yeah, I man, I'm an assets guy. I've in my research, my financial research, basically the one of the biggest differences between like poor people, quote unquote, poor people and rich people, is assets. It is literally asset driven. So for example, everything I look at just about like it has some type of value. Now, you being able to get that value is another thing, but everything, if you look at everything as okay, so for example, like real estate, all no matter what you're looking at, whether it be a mansion, whether it be a little small house, it's a matter of material, labor costs, and money. That's it. Okay. Now, I mean, you could play with the material. You can try to get the best labor you can get for your costs. But I mean, the thing about it is it ain't nothing but material and labor. I mean, you could build an entire house. It would take you what? It take maybe 60 days to build a house from frame to, roof. I mean, but you got to have the money to get the material and pay for the labor, right? I
Right.
mean, that's it. So as far as like, as far as everything else, um, you know, I mean, paying too much and you can't afford it and all that type of stuff. I've seen too many people, man, how that goes, man. I've seen too many examples from people in my own family how that lifestyle goes, and I'm definitely not trying to live that lifestyle. You know, it's kind of a good thing that I can't afford or that I can't qualify for a mortgage because that forces me. Cause see, I don't have any problem. Like some people don't. They have a problem with actually staying in their lane. And shout out to the author of the Millionaire Fast Lane because that's definitely a book that.
Oh yeah, MJ DeMarco.
Yes, sir. Shout out to MJ DeMarco, the Millionaire Fast Lane. So, in that book, basically that's what he was talking about. Like, it's people that just can't stay in their lane. So, if you make 50K, well, it's a certain amount of house that you can afford without being quote unquote house poor. So, a lot of times people have a problem because they outside of their lane. They should be in the right lane, and they're trying to get in the middle lane, and then wonder why they getting ran over or getting into accidents and everything because they shouldn't have been in the middle or definitely not the left lane at all. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I have no problems, bro, staying in my lane. And my lane is I gotta get a quote unquote hood house for the cheap. I ain't got no problems with it, bro. Cause the thing about it is at the end of the day, now I ain't gonna get a house just about anywhere,
Right.
but I got it's a method to my madness. I can tell you the method is you get a house on the best block in the neighborhood that you can get it on, one, and then two, yeah, if it's in get a condition where you can fix it up, that's another thing. And then yeah, affordability. With my situation, I didn't have to put the whole 10 up, right? I just got it on contract, so I can use a couple of them thousands of dollars to get the project, to get the house off the ground, and just
Sure.
pay the little money every month, and then just fix the house up. And then once I fix it up, then save a little money, and then give the property owner his money for the contract for the deed and everything. So that I had no problems with that, man. I could have paid cash. I could have just saved up and then just paid cash for a house. That was a route. That was initially the route I was trying to take. I was trying to save about 10 grand and find something that it was gonna be just a bad condition house that I was gonna eventually have to fix up. Now the thing about it is, people might have a problem with that because the thing is that it's like why buy a house that you got to fix, you got to put 30 grand into or whatever. But the thing is that it ain't necessarily you gonna get a shortcut because you buy a house that's like 10 grand or 5 grand or whatever. You don't get a shortcut. The thing is, what you get is you get a house that you can fix up whenever, however long you want to take to fix up. You don't have to worry about paying any mortgage or rent payments on it. You're gonna have to eventually put, whatever you got to put to fix it up, but you got the hard part done, which is, well, one of the hard parts, which is buying and purchasing the property. The
Right.
second part is actually the hardest part, which is actually fixing it up. And you could do that over time. You could just, knock things down to, typically for somebody that's just doing it with their own pocket. If it's like more in my case, how I got to do it because I've got to put like 20 grand or more, you figure it's gonna take you about 2 years to do, and that's not bad. Okay.
Right.
If
As
you
long as you can get the resale value, I think it is what it is.
Yeah,
There's like
yeah,
everything boils down to whether you can get the resale value on it or not. That's all. If you can
yeah,
do that, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with it at all.
yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, so ideally everybody needs a place to live, right? So this project, the resale value did have something to do with the ARV, right?
Right.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, it did not. Cause I literally was looking for my first house to actually have a residence of my own. Okay. The second property that I get, yeah, I'm gonna definitely be like ARV rent payment focused because it's not a situation where I gotta find a place to live. I already got a place to live. So this was like literally a launch pad for me. So it's not the same as like, okay, I'm trying to look for the best investment possible. I literally was just looking for the best place to lay my head, you
Sure.
know.
Sure.
So
You
unfortunately, it was that bad. But
mm, yeah,
you
you were saying something about people faking being rich and stuff like that, and there definitely is a point to that because in certain parts of the country, your money goes a long way,
hmm
right? So so you can basically front like you got a lot more than what you got. But that happens in a lot of other places too. That happens in rich areas as well.
yeah,
People that are rich are faking like they're richer than they are, and
yeah,
they're rich. And they're
yeah,
rich, like like people making like 100, 200, $300,000, $400,000, basically, sitting in like a $5, $6 million home. I mean, to everybody else, they would look like, man, like these people are loaded. But the
yeah,
thing is, like, they're making it known to the people that they work with that they're more loaded than they are. You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
most of the time, you don't have people that you know um, are worth like $400,000 or $500,000, uh, gross income, living in like an $800,000 house. Most
yeah.
of the time, you got people that are like 400, $500,000 house living in like a $5 million house.
Are
You know
you
what I
saying
mean?
you saying that you got people that earn $500,000 a year, but
Right.
they living in a $1.5 million house or two $3 million house? Is that
Right.
what you
Right. Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Like like somebody that's got like 500K is in like a $2, $3 million house. Sometimes they're in like a $4 or $5 million house. It just depends on how much they want to push it. You know what I mean? Uh, but yeah, like what I'm saying is you don't see a lot of people actually being humble enough to actually live in like $1 million house when they make $500,000 a year. It's even less of a situation where you've got somebody who makes 500 grand a year living in a $500,000 house. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I've literally, like, man, I seen exactly what you're talking about because I used to install cable for Comcast, and the places where I installed cable were, not everyone, but a lot, quite a few subscribers. They were they appeared very wealthy, and even some I would imagine were very wealthy, right? But what you're talking about, I actually saw. So this guy, he I guess his wife was a stay-at-home wife, but on the course of us trying to get the cable installed, I remember seeing the wife's QuickBooks, and I've mentioned this before on my channel. Um, I saw the QuickBooks was in a negative, like $6 million.
Shit.
Okay, and the husband eventually came home, and he was talking about the hardships or whatever, getting the remote control codes from the entertainment, uh, basically the home entertainment installer, because he filed bankruptcy and stuff like that. And it's like you hear this talk, and it's like you put it. And I was a little bit. I mean, I was younger then, not that much, but definitely now. That dude was definitely what you just said. I don't know how much he made a year. He might have made like only $1 million a year, but maxed out that million to like $6 million in debt, and
Right.
and, and would just basically, in his case, he filed bankruptcy because things got out of hand or whatever. But yeah, man, I see it. That is a part of that too, because it's like, okay, so the average person that, let's just say, because yeah, the whole rich pretender thing is a topic within itself, because and I've talked about it, but I didn't even go. I could talk about rich pretenders like Kevin Samuels talks about women, do they deserve high value men every day. Like every day Kevin Samuels literally talks about this particular type of woman, do they deserve a high value man, or what is a high value? Like I could literally for months and months just talk about rich pretenders, because it's such a big phenomenon that it's like a lot of people that actually live that life. Okay, it's like literally, you just gotta imagine how what's this. I mean, you break down the stats of how many people are in, as far as they have a negative net worth, right? Probably we want to say 80% of Americans are basically have a negative net worth. That might be low. It might be higher than that. It might be lower. Might be, but it's not lower by a substantial margin. Let's just give it. Let's just say 70%. Okay, let's be modest and just say 70%. So I mean, with that 70%, a lot of people actually within that 70% are pretending to have more than what they actually have. Okay,
Right.
they even going out of their way to pretend that they have more than they have, because you just gotta imagine. Okay, where I'm at is in the Midwest, so that rich pretender thing is like, I don't know how they do it necessarily in LA or California. I mean, in the Midwest, you can actually, I guess, do it a lot better, right? You could pretend a lot easier, I guess, right? Because you can actually like do it to the max, because houses are cheaper here, and then you can even do the whole car thing and then the clothes, right?
Sure.
So
Sure.
you got a lot of people that are actually rich pretenders here. Other places, I'm sure they do it too. I mean, they just probably, I guess you would say in like LA, New York, places where the housing costs are very expensive, they probably get in trouble a lot easier, let's just say, in those parts of the country versus here, they get in trouble too, but it takes them a while before they actually end up in trouble. And what I mean by trouble is like they getting evicted, you know, going into foreclosure, car getting repossessed, that type of thing. I mean, my sister she was a rich pretender. I mean,
Here's here's what the deal is, bro. When you're in a place like, let's say, California, New York, um, like Massachusetts, even some parts of Illinois, you can fake like you got it. But the thing is, like, if you're in like a Hyde Park kind of place, like in Chicago and stuff like that, or whatever, um, you know, you don't really have to fake it. You're faking it because you want to fake it. What I mean by that is, if you're making like 150, like, I'd say anywhere from 85 to $150,000, you really don't have to fake like you got something, because you could go somewhere else and basically really get it. But the
yeah,
thing is,
yeah,
but
yeah.
but
I
but
mean,
but the
not a lot of people are willing to. Even myself, I mean, I can see why someone would want to go down to Mississippi, right, where you can get a house built from the ground up for like less than $50,000, you know,
sure,
and live like a king, right? Or you can get one that's existing home for 20 to 30,000, and ain't nothing wrong with it. It's moved
sure,
in ready,
sure.
but I mean, not everybody is lined up to go down there, right? I mean, it is
Oh
some
yeah,
people,
yeah.
but it's like, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, yeah, like I don't, it is places other than Illinois. Even Illinois is kind of like the cost of living is other places that are definitely cheaper. I mean, Indiana
Oh
is,
yeah, you could go to Indiana.
yeah, Indiana. I mean, that's what a lot of people from Illinois are actually already have gone
Yeah, you could
for
go
over
to
the
Indiana.
last.
You could go to Michigan. I mean, anywhere you want to go. Like,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you're making good money in Chicago, you could
mm,
go to Indianapolis and
oh
really
yeah,
make it happen if you
right,
wanted to,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
But
yeah,
the thing is, a lot of people are kind of into the romance factor of faking it in Chicago. They're
yeah.
they're into faking it in Chicago instead of hanging out in Indianapolis or South Bend, Indiana, and basically really having their shit together.
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
you got guys. Okay, so like I wouldn't even. Okay, my sister was not really even, because you got people, it's levels to everything, right? So
Sure,
my sister wasn't even really pretending to be rich. Like I would just say what my sister was doing was like a lot of people do. She was just pretending like she was middle class. You got people that even pretend that they're middle class. My sister wasn't middle class. Okay,
sure,
what I mean by pretending to be middle class is a nice house that you rent, and then a car that's like brand new or 2 or 3 years old. Like, it's even like that. Like, I mean, because it's like a rich pretender. I would say a rich pretender would be. I know exactly what a rich pretender is. A rich pretender woman would be someone that has either leases or has a brand new, let's just say, Range Rover, right? They have a car payment, and the car payment, the interest rate, the APR is anywhere above 10% or even 15%. But let's just say 10%. And you know what Range Rover costs are.
sure,
And they have, their closet is full of clothes, that some of their dresses, and these are high class women. These are the women that get double, triple takes by guys, right? But they got a closet full of, they got a closet. I ain't even talking about their house. I'm just talking about their closet. I'm gonna get to their house, but They got a closet full of like designer clothes that some of their dresses are $1,000 dresses. They got the Louis Vuitton shoes, and those are like $2,000 or slightly less. I mean, 17, $1,800 shoes. Those are, in case people don't know, those are the red bottoms, Louis Vuittons. And then they also have some Prada shoes. They got all of the designer shit, right? Their closet alone, including their shoes, probably $20,000, $30,000 easily, as
Right.
far as what they paid for it. Now, when you walk outside the closet and then you go into the, I've already talked about what's in their garage. You know, when you go outside the garage and you look at the address of their house, they got a $300,000 house. Okay, what do?
Yeah, they just tricking on like shit.
They're,
Like,
they're
yeah,
just a nurse. They're just a nurse. They're not even a nurse manager. They're just a regular registered nurse with like
right.
5, 10 years experience, and they make over 100,000. But if you line up all of the credit cards they have with the balances from buying all of those clothes, and then they got brand new appliances, stainless steel appliances, everything on credit cards. They got whatever. If they got children, they got their children's got the best stuff. And basically their house is like $300,000. And then, okay, here's the thing, right? They're rich, and they're rich pretenders. So that means they don't actually have the credit either to qualify. So then, because if their car is 15% APR plus, then their mortgages on that $300,000 loan is 5+% APR, if not
Right.
higher. Because a lot of people don't know, man, these mortgages get to subprime and they can get just as high as car payments. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's crazy. But it's like, okay, so you got $300,000 mortgage, okay, and then I mean that's pretty much it. And then yeah, they go on vacations and stuff with their girls. They had the girl trips or whatever. So the thing is that at the end of the day, what does this life consist of? This woman is very arrogant, very bossy, this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, when she's in her house, she's complaining over and over the phone with her girlfriends about her car payment, about her mortgage payment. Because let me break that down to you: $300,000 mortgage and a 5+ APR. That's over, and then I ain't even without taxes alone. That's like 18, 17, $1,800 a month, and then
Yes. and
about
and
Illinois
and and,
taxes.
and and that's not even considering whether it's it's got PMI on it.
Yeah, right, and that's
You
more
know.
money. So
Yeah.
you add in PMI, you add in the taxes, and we talking about Cook County taxes. This is a Cook County pick, okay? So you talking about Cook County taxes. So you add in 4 or 5 thousand, because it's a $300,000 house, right? In a nice neighborhood. So you talking about $5,000, $6,000 a year taxes, and the PMI, like you said, because they got zero down payment or 10% down payment or whatever, 3% down. So the thing is that now that 1,800, you talking about $3,000, if not $4,000 a month. So you just gotta average, right? A person that makes 100 grand, that's about $8,000 a month. Well, half of that is our, and then we ain't even talking about taxes, okay? After taxes, what is 100 grand after taxes? 100 grand after taxes is about what, 70,000?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so that 70,000 now gets chopped up to pretty much what, a month, uh, about 6 grand a month now. So
Yep.
now, so now you got basically $4,000 just the house alone. Okay, then your car payment, your car payment is like $800. So that's just another 1,000. So now we're at 5. Your credit card balances from all of those, items that you have, including what's in your closet that you're paying on, is what 2,000, 3,000 a month. Ain't no money left, bro, in that
Right.
scenario.
Right.
Okay, so I mean,
They
if
stuck.
even if you had a dude, even if she, because this chick, if she look halfway decent, she got a dude. Her dude ain't got her dude would have to pay for everything, and this type of chick ain't getting nothing paid for. She just got a dude that got make about the same amount of money, if not a little bit less, and they ain't getting along because he ain't paying all her bills, and that's why she complaining. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a rich pretender. My sister, she she had like probably definitely less than half that type of lifestyle. She didn't have no mortgage, but what she did was she just tried to pretend like she's middle class. That the rich pretender chick that I talked about, she's trying to pretend like she's upper class. My sister was just trying to pretend like she was middle class, but she really wasn't middle class. She was like working class poor, but she was pretending her lane was upper class working class poor, right? But she was trying to pretend like she was middle class. The rich pretender that I just talked about, actual rich pretender, female, she is pretending like she's upper class or at the very least upper middle class. And she ain't nothing but, middle class. But here's the thing about it. If you stayed in your lane, you can be upper class in no time if you make over $100,000.
Sure.
But
Sure.
like I said earlier, you rob yourself of the ability to actually get higher up because you're stunning your financial growth with all these loans and shit. All of these liabilities that got coming out your future money basically that you're gonna make is already stunted and chopped up because of your current things that you have right now. And that's what people don't get. I learned really fast. Stay in your lane. I start after the market collapse of 2008. I learned really, really fast that you need to stay in your lane. You need to, man. If you got what you got, make it work for the best way you can for you. You know, don't worry about what everybody else got. They got what they got. Well, to be honest with you, once I start running down the statistics and then start talking about the statistics more, it makes me less want to try to pretend like I got any money or anything like that because I know people don't have it and I know people are pretending. Oh shit, we got Soul Shader. What's going on?
What's up?
What's up, bro? How are you?
I'm all
What's up?
right.
Nothing much.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, like, it's a lot of people aren't really willing to look at alternatives, right? Like, and it took me a while to kind of make this distinction. I never paid attention to how cheap it was to live overseas in the right place.
Mm.
Like, shout out to all the SYSBM brothers. When
Yeah,
I
shout
saw,
out to I was listening to M1T. Matt I think it's
yeah,
M1T or something. Yeah.
yeah,
So yeah, I actually, man, I was very inspired what I saw today. I saw a guy. He had a nice little young thing from Colombia. He already had a baby with the young lady. Man, that image alone was worth probably, man, a whole bunch of money, man. That's all I can say. Cause I needed to see that. A lot of young brothers, if they saw that, I think it's still up. He did a show on, basically he said 99% of dating coaches are trash.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
In that video, it was a brother from Colombia, young brother, that he got a local chick from I think he was in Venezuela, man. Man, um, all I could say is, man, I was heavily impressed, man. But yeah, I mean, overseas, right? Like, what are you doing over here? And you got no children, and you got, a good thing going for yourself, got some money saved. You having problems here? Get your passport. I mean, forget all of the acronyms. How about you just, be an international traveler
Right.
and see what's out there? Just see what's out there. It doesn't hurt. I mean, I've already been in the military. I've been in the Navy. I had no choice but to be able to, travel, and whatnot, go overseas. I mean, you do have a choice, but, to a certain extent, you don't. Because whatever station they tell you to go, you're supposed to go. But the thing about it is, yeah, I went quite a few places, and I'm gonna tell you, man, I love my country. I love America, but I mean, sometimes, it could be competitive.
Sure. 100%.
This this society is very competitive. Because pretty much, what is it? Okay, who are you competing with? You competing with these simps, man. These simps are driving the price up. I mean, even our past behaviors as being simps. I'm an ex simp. I mean, I done messed the price up. you know, I mean, shit. I mean, my ex-wife, she lives the lifestyle she lives because of me. I mean, the advice that I give her, that's she living her best life, man, because of me, man. Um, the thing about it is, I mean, I got children involved, so I was like, the thing about it is, I do it for my children, but the thing is that overall, ongoing right now, the simps drive this shit up. The simps make, you know, this existence that we have. Like all these like simps and then maggles that are worse than simps, and then these like, you know, slaves, men that actually sign up to be slaves to women and all that shit. Like that makes this environment like it is. I mean, I just, and then you might have to. It's so messed up. You might have to go. I ain't gonna even say you might. I'm being honest. I'm capping on the internet. I've been was trying to get my passport back in 2008. I was like, man, c'est la vie.
There you go.
I was already ready to go find someone from another country. I mean, I just couldn't. I had issues getting my passport, but the thing about it is, man, if you can get it, I mean, set that thing up to go to the country you want to go to. Just take women out of it. We on Earth, right?
Sure.
Go to every country you possibly can. See
100%.
everything. I mean, if you able to smash without the locals, freaking chopping your head off, man, do it. I mean, I won't say. I just say this: don't go to Pakistan.
Right. Exactly.
don't go to
Look,
don't go to Saudi Arabia. Look up. Do some research on the country before you go. There's all kind of travel blogs, all kind of stuff, but definitely don't go to no Saudi Arabia, no Pakistan. Don't go to Iran. Anywhere, Afghanistan, anywhere where where they chopping off heads because of like Sharia law. Like don't go, bro. Nobody
100%.
don't go, man, because the thing about it is you got to respect these people, country, their culture, their religion. It is what it is, man. But if you you know what I'm saying, like, you should definitely go though. You should definitely go to other countries. I have no problem, man, going to Pakistan because I know how I would move. India, anywhere, Iran, Afghanistan. I don't have no problem. I wouldn't necessarily go to these places now because it's like kind of like hot zones, but I mean, I'm just saying the whole world, man. You want to see it, man, because when you hit that box and in that ground, that's it, man.
There
It's
ain't
game
nothing to
over.
see after that.
Yeah, you wanna see as much as you can, as you possibly can, man. Because, I mean, hell, if you can make enough money, holla at Jeff Bezos, man. Get on one of them flights, man, to the moon flights. Go out of space. Shit. I mean, for real. Like, I mean, yeah. You wanna live your best life, man. I spend $1 million to take a moon flight, or go out of space. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. You know.
Sure.
So I
Sure.
mean, that's something I Instagram cap for. My space flight, because ain't nobody doing that. I don't see nobody getting on a space flight every day. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Well, you know what it is, bro? It's like I was talking to a buddy of mine, and we were just talking because he was talking about how expensive it is out here. And I was just like, you know what, bro? I get it, man. I get it. 100%. So I was talking to him and I was like, yo, like, I get what the deal is, bro. I get what the deal is. And he's like, for the amount of money that we spend on rent alone here, you could kill it somewhere else. You could
Yeah,
kill it somewhere else.
yeah. I
I'm like,
mean,
yeah,
shout out to Robert Kiyosaki and his wife, man. They lived just to avoid rent and all of the housing costs to save their money, to get capital. I mean, well, money. They lived in a RV for a long time to just save money. Because it's like, the thing about it is, I probably should have got an RV. Because I probably would be more comfortable, living in an RV versus just crashing over other people's houses and stuff and messing their shit up. Because I was trying to today move a refrigerator by myself, and grandmother was all pissed off and shit, you know. And I'm like, the freaking light switches all messed up and shit. Now I gotta get an electrician to come fix the lights because I can't seem to get it. They got some like old ass uh freaking light switches with some, like, I don't know, 1950 type shit that they got installed, and it's all fucked up now. But it's like, man, I call myself trying to rewire it. That shit didn't turn on. But the thing about it is, yeah, if I got an RV, you know what I'm saying, I could just park in front of my house and, you know, shit, just, I would be able to, like, you know what I'm saying, live that RV life and save some money, man, versus hotel costs and all the other bullshit you got to deal with.
Right. Practicing that van life.
Yeah. Right. But, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it's like, I've never lived in a car. I've slept in a car because I was tired and I just pulled off to the road somewhere and I slept in the car. But I know in Chicago, sleeping in your car is dangerous. I mean,
Really? I didn't know that.
hell yeah. You don't want to sleep in no car in no damn Chicago. I mean, nah. Nah, and especially people know you sleeping in a car. Nah. RV even, eh. I don't know, man. I mean, where do you? I'm sure like people that live the van life and the RV life, they know where you go, like sleep and shit. Like I don't know. I've never lived the van life or the RV life, or car life, right? So I'm not too familiar with it, But I'm sure there's maybe like places you can go to, like sleep in your car or your RV or whatever that I just don't know of. Okay. But if you can figure that out, that's half the battle. And then, of
Yeah,
course, I'm not familiar if RVs have bathrooms in them. I think they
they
do.
can.
They
Some of them
do.
do.
They
Some of them
well,
do.
yeah, it depends on which one, but yeah, they can.
Oh, okay. So you
They
got
can.
that covered. You got that covered. Maybe um, makeshift shower.
Yeah, you can make one and build a shower.
Yeah, you could you could deal with that. Then that's pretty much it. And you just gotta wash your clothes and stuff. And there's plenty of places to wash your clothes. So yeah, I mean, I would have no problems with that, none whatsoever. I just didn't go that route. I mean, I didn't know. I actually, I figured out. I don't know, man. I just didn't go that route. That's all. But like I said, Robert Kiyosaki, him and his wife, they lived in a van or RV for a period of time, just like what you're saying, Iori, just to save money, man. You spending $1,800 a month for rent. You times that by a few months, several months. Just think how much money you could save.
Exactly. And buy
Sure.
some property or buy a house or something.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
could.
yeah, and that's why going overseas is so attractive.
Mhm.
Because you could just straight leave whenever you feel like it. To be honest,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
I mean, I was looking at like the cost of land and everything else like that. It's dirt cheap depending on where you want to go. You just have to really do some of the heavy lifting here and then go there if you want to do that. That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
You
I
can
mean,
you can
yeah.
have a better quality of life for less money over there than you would ever have over here.
Right. Yeah. Facts.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's like the whole thing about being invisible is like it's like most people are trying to be visible. I get it, but you know, I think I would rather be invisible, man. I think I'd rather stay invisible if I could, because now I wouldn't be 100% invisible, but I would definitely be like I would have a cloak, right? So my invisible cloak would be when I know I gotta go outside of my, quote unquote well to do environment, right? So
Sure.
if I know I gotta go visit the family or go visit, you know, go around regular people, or let's just say regulars. I got $10 million in the bank, man. I'm not a regular anymore. So this
Right.
this vocabulary I'm trying to get myself used to. So let's say I gotta go around regulars today. I know I'm gonna be around regulars. Well, I'm gonna hop in my, you know, Ford Focus, and then, I'm just gonna put some regular clothes on, regular shirt, regular pants, no name jeans, no name shirt, no name shoes, just regular shoes, and I'm gonna go about my day, and I'm gonna be 100% invisible because you can't Google my name. I haven't. I mean, I don't know. let's just say I'm not Google. I don't. It's nothing on Google to show how much money I have, right?
Right.
You know, even though the way my life is set up is probably not going to happen that way, because at the very least I'll be on Crunchbase or, I mean, the way my life is set up, I'm not going to be, once I actually make the money, I think that I'll be able to be searched. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure it's like services you can use to like scrub the internet and shit like that too. Meaning, shout out to people in data forensics and stuff like that. You can actually scrub Google or pay Google or whatever to remove certain, like, your information on there in your namesake. I don't know how they do it, but I believe it is something that is done like that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. So,
It is.
I would just scrub it, maybe have it where it's like you got to go 7 to 8 pages. And then you could come,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, you do that, and then, it's cool. Because, see, here's another thing. You don't want to go to no another country and you on Google with your name and you just signed $100 million contract with Idaho pension fund, and you got a hedge fund, and you're not really that, you're not famous by no means, but your company attached to your namesake as the CEO or whatever, CFO, you just signed $100 million contract with the Idaho pension fund, and then you go travel to Cartagena, and then the bellhop and the hotel workers, they pull out their phone and they Google your name, and then they like, oh my God, we got
Right.
one. And then they contact their cousins and their uncles that are local warlords. And then next thing you know, your ass is duct taped to a chair,
Yeah.
and they calling you on.
Right.
They handing you the phone to your grandma or your uncle,
On some
and
ransom shit.
yeah, and they want $10 million. They don't know you ain't really even got 10 million. They don't understand that $100 million is a pension fund that you got approval to manage for your hedge fund. They don't care. They like, man, well, you at least got 10 million. They see 100 million. So it's like, man, yeah, that type of stuff, man, believe it or not, it happens, man, because see, another thing is that when you do attain a level of wealth, one thing you do have to worry about is security. You
Right.
know, that's one thing that definitely crosses your mind, because now you got children, you got family. It ain't like Mexico, where Mexico is like, that's a place you don't want to be rich and wealthy at, because they got a lot of kidnappings in Mexico and stuff. At least what I heard. I don't know if things have changed, but I know years ago it was a pretty big deal with a lot of like kidnapping in Mexico, because the haves and have-nots are even worse in Mexico. It's very few haves, very very few, versus the have-nots. You know what I'm saying? So they had a kidnapping problem, because the wealthy elites in Mexico, their children would get kidnapped and held for ransom.
Right. Right.
Would need to hire some bodyguards or something.
Yeah, I think that dude Carlos Slim, he's got his own paramilitary force, I believe. That's what I heard. He's the guy that he's like
Yeah, he's like the billionaire dude.
yeah, he's got his own paramilitary force, I heard, in Mexico down there. Because he's got to deal with the cartels and all of that, government and all that type of stuff. So he's got his own paramilitary force. But You know, I mean, I don't know. He probably has things already slayed out, but he don't necessarily even have to live there. But I guess he chooses to for whatever reason.
100%. 100%.
He probably is international. He probably has, residence there and somewhere else. I'm sure he's, bi-coastal or whatever the term. He's, I'm sure he has houses, mansions, states all over the world. I don't. I doubt he just is just chilling in Mexico. He might be, and that's it. I mean,
I don't really think he has to, but
yeah,
it is what it is. Whatever he wants to do. I mean,
yeah,
at that point, you could basically do whatever you want.
yeah, yeah. So Soul Shader, what do you think about invisibility? How do you rotate? Are you a visible guy, or are you like, a mix, or you're completely invisible?
Man, I would say stay invisible as long as you can and
Yeah,
try to get the money.
100%.
yeah, definitely.
100%, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't got no choice but to be invisible because don't nobody really know me. The people that do know me, they like far apart from me. Um, I don't hang out, so I stay in the house. Like right now, I'm in Chicago, but I'm in the house. It ain't nowhere to go. It ain't nowhere to go, and I don't even want to go. To be honest, I'm in the house, and I mean, when I go out, don't nobody know me at all, especially in Chicago, because it's like, well, I do probably know more people in Chicago than anything, but it's not that many people. Like, people move, and I rarely see anybody that I know. I might know faces or recognize faces, but they don't know. I don't know them like that. But it's like, don't nobody know. Like, even in the south suburbs, like, don't nobody know me, man. So I'm not really that social. So I have no choice but to be invisible. Now, I mean, as far as what I have, as far as my clothes and stuff, I don't have no like high fashion stuff. I mean, um, my shoe game is like, I got like Air Maxes, Adidas. I mean, that ain't really like expensive. I mean, my clothes are definitely not expensive. My car, I mean, I got a Mercedes. I mean, that's a kind of quote unquote expensive looking car, but it's an old Mercedes, 17 years old. I mean,
Is it a G or
yeah,
or is it an S?
it's a M class.
Okay, cool.
So it's like, I mean, I don't know. I guess that is quote unquote not it's not invisible. It's not necessarily an invisible vehicle. It's an old vehicle that's not invisible, but that's about it. I mean, you take my car out of, like, okay, if I hop in my car that I just got, my truck, if I hopped in my 94 Dodge Ram, I would be in full invisibility mode. And I mean, to be honest, I plan on driving that, around a little bit, not that much really now, because that truck is for just pickup purposes only, like just in case I got to haul something or whatever. That's it. But yeah, if I got into that sucker, matter of fact, my friends are calling it Sanford and Son truck. It actually looks like maybe I'll do a side by side meme of my truck in Sanford and Son, because it does look like a Sanford and Son truck. It's just
There
not
you
that
go.
old.
There you go. Yeah, man. For sure. For
Yeah,
sure. I mean, for me, I got I'm rolling German too. Um, it's
Volkswagen,
no. It's a
BMW.
it's a BMW 3 Series. So
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay, yeah, yeah,
little
yeah. I
starter
never,
joint.
I never, I never had a BMW. I never had a BMW, but
Sure.
I heard a lot about them. I heard that everything, just the stuff I heard about them is the same stuff I heard about Mercedes. Everything costs like $100 on up. The
Yeah, it does.
lights.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
I was thinking about getting a VW, but I actually got a good deal on my car. So I was like, yeah, like it's $1,000 more. I fuck with it. That
Mhm.
kind of shit.
I mean, basically, that's all it is, right? Like, I just got a deal on mine. I mean, 700 bucks. Like, you can't beat that. I mean, the car I had before it was I had a 90. What year was that? It was a 2003. No, it was like a 2001 Mercury Sable. It was like, damn, like a car they don't even make anymore. But I mean, I just got tired of it. It had like oil smells and stuff like that. So I just sold it.
Yeah, shit. My first car was like I don't know if y'all know what this is, a Mitsubishi Montero.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like, that's yeah,
yeah.
for
So
sure.
is that the truck?
No, that's an SUV.
Oh,
That's an
okay,
SUV.
okay,
So if you look up like Montero Sport, you'll see what
oh,
it
okay.
is. But yeah, like it's not. I mean,
Yeah,
I ain't hitting nothing heavy up. But the thing is that car lasted for a while, and then you end up just getting another car, which is the car I got now. And I'll run that thing until I don't want to run it no more. You know,
right.
to until it gives me a little problems. But
Yeah,
it's
I got my Mercedes from ML350 from like basically from like
oh shoot, oh you got an ML350? That's cool, bro.
yeah.
Yeah,
I got it from Facebook Marketplace, man. I just looked up, man. Basically, I
there you
looked
go.
up the guy that had it. He was like into botany. Um, Very well kept vehicle. Um, I put a lot of work on it, but I only spent about like $3,000 as far as the work I've done on it. But I
Okay.
mean, I looked up. I mean, it was a good deal, like you say. I mean, it could have been a BMW. It could have been just about anything. A good deal was a good deal. I mean, I had it for like it's been a year so far. I mean, you know,
Yeah, man, those things are tanks.
yeah,
I've driven those.
yeah,
Those things are tanks, man.
yeah.
Yeah.
I went as far as Michigan in it, like all the way close to like Detroit. I mean, basically, I was Detroit and close to the Ohio
Okay.
border to Michigan. So I went pretty far. I mean, I didn't think I was worried about going that far in it, but I had no issues. The only thing was just was a longer ride than I thought it was gonna be, but I made it there and back, no issues. I mean, when I was going back, it was like a thunderstorm, but it dries good in the water, in the snow too. Um, yeah, I just looked up, man. I look, but see, I know I do know a little bit about cars. I ain't gonna say a little bit. I know quite a bit about cars, so I know kind of what to look for.
Sure.
But then again, I mean, luck does play some role into it because
100%.
sometimes you can get unlucky when you pick vehicles and you get you get a clunker, and then you like, well, what should I do? Should I just junk it, or should I
Yeah,
fix?
and then you're forced to kind of deal with it sometimes, man, because like you already got it, don't know what to do. I've
Yeah,
had friends that dealt with that, and like when I was super young, I had like family members that dealt with that too. I was just lucky enough to get my first car when it ran and it was okay, put some miles on it, was saving right behind it. So when I got sick and tired of dealing with it one day, I had enough to basically just buy something cash and then be done with it.
yeah,
I was just lucky.
right.
So yeah, man, it's like if you know what you're doing, like you can get a nice ride for. I mean, probably not as little as you paid. Like you scored really well on that. Like I'm talking like 5 to 7 grand kind of thing. You can get a nice ride. Um, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
so
here's the thing: the
that's
the
around what I paid for mine. So
the rule of thumb is, yeah, if you spend about 5 grand, yeah, you gonna get you a car that's going you could probably last about 5 years, ideally. You know,
yeah,
five to 7 grand. You know, but if you don't have that much, you could spend a couple grand, like 2 to 3 thousand, and get you something decent enough to
hundred
get you
percent,
back and forth to work,
100%.
get you to the next, journey. I mean, it should last within probably a year or two without no problems. You might be lucky enough to get it to last about 3 to 5 years. Who knows? But it's things you do, like you know you change if you have to go without oil changes for a while, get you some oil treatment. And what oil treatment is like some thick, like oil jelly. Like you just put it in the engine, and it gets your oil to be less thin. Like, I mean, that alone will give you less wear and tear on your engine, and kind of give you a longer engine life. I live by that. I hardly have ever had engine problems, because whenever I have like in between oil changes and stuff, I'll put that oil treatment in there. Matter of fact, I need to get me another little can of oil treatment to put in, because it's starting to get cold or whatever. And I don't have hardly any engine problems, because a lot of times you get wear and tear because you go without oil changes, or whatever the reason is. The oil thins out. That little $3 to $4 or $5 bottle of oil treatment, it'll it'll make your oil thicker, without you um having the oil, change the oil or whatever.
Right.
you know so that's
Yeah,
that's
man.
like a, that's like a car shop secret. You know what I'm saying? That's like, that's my gift to the world
There
for
you
you,
go.
young car enthusiasts. But yeah, man, you know the whole idea of the invisibility, man, is like, yeah, like I say, some people, like, both of you guys are kind of like myself. You pretty much know how the game is. You understand. It's more of the end game is to get financially free and successful, and trying to appear like you got whatever you got. So clothes, cars, jewelry, and expensive residences and stuff like that. That ain't worth a bag of hot garbage.
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's probably what it is I'm extremely kind of financially conservative. Like if I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it because I know I got it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So like that's just how I always like run shit. You know,
Mhm.
that means I've got probably a little bit less uh of like toys than other people. But
Mhm.
I ain't the type of dude that really worries about the toys that other people got anyway. I
Yeah.
I'm just I'm just fine just doing what I got to do, and it is what it is, kind of thing. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. I'm like, once I got my children out the way, you know, shout out to all of my offspring.
There you go.
I mean, I really don't have to impress women now. I mean, like, I kind of think like, I've already, I'm already the salmon that already went up the stream. I'm not saying I'm ready to die or anything, but I've already completed the mating cycle, man. I'm not necessarily saying the factory is closed, but I mean, I just don't have the ambitions. I don't have the need or drive to try to impress women because primarily that's why a lot of guys try to, be more visible, right? Or even go into being rich pretenders and stuff like that. Because, what the guys do with the rich pretender thing is that they'll, you know, they'll like the only thing that they do that's probably different than women, they try to do it really to the max with the car thing. They
Right.
do the same.
100%.
They do the same thing with the houses. They probably might just get a condo, instead of the house, but they'll get like a real expensive condo too. And then they'll have the clothes, they'll have all just like the rich pretender female. They'll have like the expensive clothes, expensive shoes, but primarily their expensive shoes is their gym shoes. They'll have the Yeezys, they'll have the very expensive Jordans, very kind of rare Nikes and stuff like that, and all the jewelry game too. They'll have like maybe a chain that's like $5,000-$10,000, you know. And but the cars, they gotta go to the max with it, right? They gotta be that dude when they get it, when they driving down the street. So these guys, they'll rent, they'll lease cars or
Mm.
even rent cars. Like they'll actually get a Lambo, a Maserati, Ferrari, Bentley, but they're leasing it,
Yeah, I
right?
can't do
And
that,
the
man.
lease is like crazy, like $800 a month.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm
They
talking
must really
the
need that shit.
extreme of it. This is the extreme of like, I mean, they're between their jewelry, because what guys don't get no hair done and all that. Barber is like $20 a week, but they'll have the they'll have the jewelry be like, jewelry game will be like 20, 30. You might have a chain that's like 10, 15,000. The closet is the same, about probably 20, 30,000 dollars between their clothes and their shoes. The condo is like, not 300,000, but like maybe like 150, 200,000. But they'll spend a whole bunch of money on leasing a Bentley, because the Bentley is like $900 a month, and then the insurance is like $400 or $500 a month. But when they go out in the club, they got a smile on their face. And then depending on where they are, they might even have a gold grill. I don't even know what a gold grill costs,
I
but
don't even know. Yeah,
I don't think it's cheap by no means. I mean, so they'll have all
I wouldn't even know what the upkeep on something like that is. You
right.
know, you see all these rappers doing it and whatever, but I don't even. I'm like, how the heck would you take care of that shit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just funny to me sometimes because I saw like what's his name? Baby had one,
Hmm.
like Birdman and shit.
Yeah.
And he there was a video where he went to the dentist, and I'm like, man, like how the hell would that shit even work? Like,
Right.
he out there to go get dental work and shit. I'm like how are you supposed to clean that stuff? I'm so and shout out to Baby because I'm cool with like what they did with Wayne and all that kind of shit. But like I'm just like I don't even understand how that would even work. So so it's
Yeah. I
interesting that
mean,
you mentioned that.
the card game. So I mean, they'll have literally maybe they'll have a car that they already got, right, or like a regular car. Like they might even have two cars, right? Because they do the car game. Men, rich pretender men, their thing is the cars. The they'll have like a condo. They'll even have like a regular house. Regular ass house, right? Like probably just you know middle class house or whatever. But and then their clothes is pretty dope, right? And then they had a gold chains. But where they try to spend the most money is the cars.
Sure.
Because what they'll do is they gotta I'm talking about the extreme cases, right? They'll have they'll have a Bentley that they leased and their whole between the insurance and their lease package, it might be like $1,500 a month just for them to lease this Bentley for like 2 years, and then they'll have like a pretty new a brand new Benz that they got a car note on. But I mean, this guy he makes 100 grand, so he's just trying to compensate, trying to pretend like he's upper class because he's trying to pretend to get the chick that the rich pretender woman and all of her friends and all of the women that's trying to be like her. Because you got to imagine this women is actually trying to get in line to be just like a female. Let's just call her Keisha. Keisha the rich pretender. Keisha got $10,000 Instagram followers. And like half of them, over half of them is other women that's trying to be like her or on her same level or higher.
Right.
So, so you know, let let's just say Larry, he's trying to impress Keisha. The only way he can, in his mind, impress Keisha, he got to lease a Wraith. he got
Shit.
he got a lease. He got to lease a Lambo. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't out every night. But when he out, he like being that dude everybody talk about. You know, everybody. He's one of those guys everybody talks about. You know what I'm saying? When he goes out, you know what I'm saying? All of the chicks is talking about him. You know, he's one of those guys that, everybody, even the other guys trying to be like, but they don't even know he just leases the Lambo or he leases the Bentley. You know what I'm saying? They just think that he actually has it. It's
Right.
theirs. It's
Right.
his. They don't. He's living. Him and Keisha are living the borrowed lifestyle, and
Sure.
especially if you're leasing a vehicle, that ain't nothing but borrowing. You ain't
Right.
doing nothing but borrowing. I
Right.
mean,
Right.
because
And most of these guys are leasing a vehicle without having a business on top of it. It's one thing if you have a business and you're leasing a vehicle because you get tax credits and tax shelters for actually writing down your miles and doing all that kind of stuff. Most of these guys don't ain't doing that.
nah,
You know what I mean?
he ain't got no business. He's an electrical pole worker. He works. Because some of those guys do make 100 grand a year plus. He's an electrical lineman. So he's one of those guys that, if the electrical poles went out, they went out all across because of the hurricanes, like about 4 or 5 months ago. And they get unlimited overtime, right? Especially like when it's a disaster where it's like currently the electricity is down, all over whatnot. They get unlimited overtime and they get like, $38 an hour or something like that, right?
Right.
So he makes over 100 grand a year, but he maxes, Larry, he maxes it out with his lifestyle because he's trying to impress Keisha and all her friends, So and the only way he can do it in his mind is to pretend like Keisha that he's upper class. That's the only way in his mind he can do it.
Right. Yeah,
So,
I mean, to be honest, bro, all you really need is one good move to actually be able to like do what you need to do. Like it's simpler now because we have so many different ways of making money.
yeah.
So like all you need to really do now is just to say, okay, like here we go. This is what we need to do,
Yeah.
right?
See, here's the deal though. Here's the problem with trying to impress Keisha. Let's say he impresses Keisha and gets Keisha. Keisha and him, they ain't gonna be able to make it in no relationship because they gonna be arguing, fussing, and fighting over all that debt that they gotta pay. Because here's the deal: you one job away from losing everything. I mean, always
100%.
one job away. One job, like literally one. I mean, one job loss away from losing everything. So Larry, he got in a relationship with Keisha, and not only will they be arguing over money while they have jobs because they already log jam with bills while they even working. Keisha loses her job. I mean, she's gonna be arguing with Larry to compensate her job loss to pay her bills, and she gonna be like, "You ain't shit because you can't pay my bills." And Larry like, I didn't tell you to get all of those bills. You had all those bills when you got with me, and all of that type of stuff and back and forth stuff. And then eventually Keisha is gonna break up with Larry, and he went through all of that trouble to impress Keisha. Now he got to get one of Keisha's friends, because Keisha ain't on the market no more. He's
Right.
beefing with Keisha. So all of this goofy stuff, and it's like at the end of the day, here's the deal. Yeah, I'm not. I kind of agree to a certain extent with one master teacher or whatever. The dating coach is really okay. Some people do need dating coaches, right?
Yeah.
But I think more people, what people don't talk about that they need more of now? They need money coaches. Okay?
100%.
Money coaches are not talked about.
Money coaches, like someone that teach them about their finance?
Yeah. To get just like a dating coach, a good dating coach. I mean, shout out to Alan Roger Curry. I definitely think he's definitely a bona fide dating coach. Ron Wills, It's a lot of people that
Shout out to Player Supreme if anybody knows who Player Supreme was. He's an old school dating coach.
okay,
He
yeah.
passed
I mean, there's some
he passed
guys.
away not too long ago. But yeah, he's cool.
Okay, yeah. Get some guys out there, man. But the thing is this: it's some guys that do need dating coaches, no doubt. But the thing is that you need money coaches too, because see what dating coaches will do. The one, if you go, you spend that bread and you get full consultation with them, they gonna tell you like, man, you a pussy. You need to grow some balls. You scared of women. They gonna get down to your core of why you having problems with women, right? That's what good dating coaches do. They
Right.
gonna get down to what's blocking you from actually getting women, right? Well, that's what money coaches will do, or financial coaches will do. Like a financial, like for example, if someone came to me and they was like they need financial coaching, I would, pull their credit report, have them pull their credit report, and then I would, if they don't have an account with Personal Capital or Mint.com, I would, tell them to set that up right now. And then we're going to look at your assets over your liabilities first and foremost. And we're going to look at your income. And we're going to figure out what is needed to be done from there. And you're going to have to do it.
Right.
But I think people need more financial coaching than actually dating coaching, because some people have problems with actually, being financially stable, whereas like I was talking about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Shout out to Maslow's and all his children. I mean, absolute genius. If you have problems in your financial life, you ain't gonna have no choice but to have problems in your relationship. If you're on that lower tier financially, you ain't gonna have no choice, man. It ain't nothing. You leaving room on the table, being financially vulnerable. It's very difficult to have very positive relationships with anyone, including women, when you're in debt. It just is what it is.
100%.
It's like, like here's the deal. If you're completely retarded, right? It's just like Kevin said. You need a therapist. You need a image consultant. That's what Kevin Samuel does. He does the image consultant. You need a game coach, because that's the thing. Or dating coach, because that's the thing. Like Kevin Samuel, he probably ain't turning down nobody's money. He's probably low key, trying to do some dating coaches. No doubt, right?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. But the thing is that he says he's not a dating coach, right? But the thing is like, okay, you need a dating coach. Then you also need a personal trainer. So you need all of these things, but he never mentioned that you needed a financial coach. And nobody really mentions that. I'm the only person that's probably even mentioned this actual lexicon financial coach, because you got to imagine, like, this is wide open. It is so many people that are financially deficient, and pretty much shout out to the MSP. Okay,
mm-hmm.
let me put that in, because pretty much that's like my mode 1, right? That's my actual template to actually, if nothing else, you read this book and you basically have that financial coaching within this book, as well as other books. It's nothing wrong with you can read Millionaire Fast Lane with DeMarco, DeMarco, whatever, and all kind of other books. Millionaire Next Door. all of these other books. But
Yeah, I never liked that one though, man. Like, I understand what you mean. Like, see, the Millionaire Next Door is the type of books like saying, yo, don't go to Starbucks. Like, save your Starbucks money for like 20 years and then like do something else like that.
oh
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. I mean, the thing about it, what his book is, what I got up, what I got of the Millionaire Next Door was, and I actually had that book too.
yeah.
What I got of it was basically he broke down who actually has money in America. A lot of people,
100%.
a lot of people low key didn't get that. I got that. I posted on my blog, my other blog, right? But he broke down who actually has money in America. And that is what I got out of it. All of the, what the rich people do and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I got that too. Like, because he broke down, okay, so most of the well-to-do individuals that he researched, right? The millionaires, right? They were married. Okay, he broke down these types of people. They were average, people that lived in like average communities and all of that type of stuff, right? But he broke down to like people, like as far as ethnicity, who actually had the wealth, and that was one of the biggest things that I got out of that book. But yeah, I mean, the Millionaire Savings Plan, what it'll do is I'm gonna tell you what it ain't gonna do. I'm gonna tell you what it ain't gonna do, what I didn't go into. And that's why I talk about other things, right? So the Millionaire Savings Plan it's not gonna take you, if you're a rich pretender, you might need to read that's why I mentioned the Millionaire Next Door. You might need to read that before you might want to get the Millionaire Next Door, then also get the Millionaire Savings Plan. Because I'm not my book is for someone that already plans to be wealthy. It's more like you guys, like you already are trading, already are doing things to try to, basically live your best financial life. My book ain't for rich pretenders, because the thing about it is you're gonna have to. I'm gonna tell you a couple books if you're a rich pretender and you kind of offended, and you ain't click off my video. You actually trying to learn and do better. You're gonna want to read, Dave Ramsey. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest. I gotta say it. I got a couple books on Dave Ramsey. I got his book on business and the baby steps. You're gonna want to read his book, because the thing about it is your lifestyle is something I've already dealt with. I've already read books and dealt with that rich pretender lifestyle, because you're going to have to a point. Unfortunately, and that's where my book doesn't go into, is my book is more toward just a step-by-step plan to go from, $1,000 or below 1,000, or let's say $0 to $1 million. It doesn't go into, how to stop being a rich pretender or anything like that. I have statistics in my book. Now, the thing is, Dave Ramsey, he does go in on the rich pretenders. He goes into the people that spend too much money, and all of that type of stuff. So when you read that and you read the Millionaire Next Door, then see, unfortunately, this is what's going to have to happen. You're going to have to turn in that Wraith that you rented, that Lambo, that Bentley. You're gonna have to put your condo up for resale, on the market. You're gonna have to take them clothes that you got and resell them on eBay, damn near all of them, and take that money and go, all of the money that you got, and just start saving. Okay, you're gonna have to stop being a rich pretender. In my book, I mean, Iori Soul Shader, my book doesn't go in on rich pretenders. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Sure, it already assumes that you've
yeah,
gone through this.
my book is for someone that already just kind of want to live a better life, and they're not
Like a
necessarily
minimalistic life.
yeah, it's like they already you my book is like you got to have prerequisites before you really read my book, like, because it's from a vantage point of my vantage point. So the prerequisites that I have already read was Millionaire Savings Plan, Millionaire Next Door, Millionaire Fast Lane. I mean, I've also read Richest Man in Babylon. I mean, you know, you want to read those books first, because then you'll get, when you get to the MSP, the Millionaire Savings Plan, you already done dealt with your life problems. Because
Right.
those books, those guys, you know, Dave Ramsey is already a multimillionaire. All of them people, even Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad, all of these people are already multimillionaires. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing is you got to take things for a grain of salt. You don't want to get stuck on all of these people, because those authors, as best as they are, as successful as they are, it did not 100% work for me. I had to make my own strategy, thus the Millionaire Service Plan, to basically you know, have any type of success that I've been having now with my own plan, because those plans that those guys had, those philosophies that all of those authors had, it worked for them, but it was limitations within my own personal life that I had to come up with my own plan. Thus, that's why I created the Millionaire Savings Plan. But their philosophies did help with you know, changing the way I live, and yeah, being more minimalistic and stuff like that. As well as the other YouTubers like Black Ram. Black Ram definitely, he talked about being minimalist, and you know, even BGS, you know, how to look at, you know, the charts and stocks and stuff like that. He talks about a lot of different things, and I'm just saying, basically, even BGS, one of the biggest things BGS told me was said was you can't follow everybody. You can't
Sure.
you can't follow different people from different groups or whatever, because what works for them because they have a particular economic base that you don't have. Okay, you know, I can't go. I'm not Indian. I don't speak Urdu. I'm not, you know, I can't necessarily say I'm just gonna go in the Indian world and just start eating, you know, matas or chicken masala every day, and then they gonna accept me, and then they gonna open up, you know,
Sure,
the,
100%.
the hotels of the United States vault currency to me or anything. My world, my economic base is the whole world, no doubt, but mainly my peer group and my particular local base is African American, Africans. I mean, you know, it is what it is. So it's like I stopped trying to be like Dave Ramsey and all them other guys and stuff. Primarily because they have a particular system and setup and structure that I might not necessarily have full access to, because, you know, whether it be racial discrimination, whether it be whatever the case may be, it's not like that in my particular neck of the woods. Let's just say,
Sure.
okay,
Sure.
in the lexicon of Dave Ramsey, my neck of the woods consists of things that are different than other people's neck of the woods. Okay, so, but with that said, don't get me wrong. Those individuals, Dave Ramsey, you do need that person to tell you like the borrower is slave to the lender is, that type of stuff, because you do need those little proverbs and all that type of stuff. And then also the discipline to understand, yes, you need to change your lifestyle. If you're tired of trying to pretend like you're rich and buying all of these things and all this stuff, um, you got to deal with that first before you start to try to be talking about you gonna start the millionaire savings plan and all that. Because the millionaire savings, I don't go in. Maybe I'll do that on my second edition, but I don't go in on you gotta stop. You gotta basically you gotta basically revamp your entire life. I mean, because I've already done that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't really go in on that. So if somebody was already living the lifestyle of a rich pretender and they just picked up the MSP and they don't know anything about anything else, it would help them, but they got to deal with some things that is outside of the financial world. Because see, here's the thing. Financial decisions are emotional decisions. It's psychological decisions. I talked about this briefly. Like basically, a lot of your decisions that you make based off of money, it does not necessarily have to do with like 1+1=2. It's your emotions, your cognitive thinking, um, your wants and needs, and sex and all of that type of stuff. Like, so I'm not even saying you gotta go talk to a shrink. No, I didn't need to go talk to a shrink to basically, figure out that I got tired of wanting to, have to explain people because I'm in an eviction court, or having to, have all of these financial problems that I've had, my entire life and stuff like that. I had to just get tired of it. And once I got tired of it, I stopped doing this stuff, that I used to do. Like I don't go and get car loans with 28% interest rate, and I don't get credit cards just because they give me some money and then they charge me $120 and then they give me $300 credit limit. I don't do those things anymore.
Right.
I don't try to impress women and get paint cars and clothes and stuff like that. No, I address those things first. You gotta address those things. You're gonna have to trim the fat before you try to really do anything. Like, that's the first step. You gotta basically sit down and see what you got. You know what you're doing, but you gotta sit down and basically trim the entire fat of your financial life. Like, you just gotta deal with the fact that you live in a lie. One, you gotta look at yourself in the mirror and see the actual person and see why you were doing it, and why and try to change, basically. Because you're gonna have to basically from step one to step two, you're gonna have to trim everything. You have to put your house up for sale. I'm sorry, but Dave Ramsey was like, man, you gotta put that high interest car payment that you can't afford. You gotta, man, sell that car, man. Or if you can't sell it, call the bank and have them pick it up. I mean, I don't recommend that if that's your only car, but I mean, you can basically sell your house, put it up on the market, try to sell it for profit, because you're gonna have to sell it for profit anyway. And then go live in an apartment or studio for $500, $600, $700 a month. I don't care if it's in a hard part of town or ghetto part of town, whatever. And I mean, you just gotta do it because it's that bad. It's like literally your entire financial life is in you like a stalled car that you're trying to every time you got to keep getting jumped every 5 minutes. Your car, you just flagging somebody else down to jump your car because it's like got this dying car, which is your financial life that you got to change. Like you got to put your house up for sale, your cars, you got to shit save you some money about like you say $3,000-$5,000. Get you a car, a freaking bucket, a freaking used car. Get you a warranty service. If you're not savvy, you're not a man, and you don't know how to work with cars or whatever, you know, get you a warranty service company to warranty your used car. So if something happened, the transmission go out, the engine go out, you got this, service warranty company to take care of it, and y'all your clothes, put them up on freaking eBay or whatever.
eBay.
Yeah, you just got put them up, bag them all up, and then they even have companies, third-party companies that'll sell your merchandise for you, and for a small percentage. Yeah, you do that, and then you minimize to a small little studio. You tell people the truth. You broke. If you don't, I can't go out tonight. I can't go out never.
Right.
Sorry, I can't go to Roof Chris tonight. I was fronting. No, I can't. Or if it's so hard for you, change your number. You don't have to change your phone number because you were living a fake life that it was completely fake, 99% fake. So you're gonna have to change your number. You know what I'm saying? It's that bad. But people don't. Nobody tells that their friends don't tell them this. Nobody tell. And then if one of their friends told them this, they damn near want to fight them. They
Right.
would talk
Right.
to
Yeah.
them. They would be like, this person ain't my friend no more. Which this person, whoever tells them this, is one of their best friends that they ever had in life.
Right.
Because people, that's damn near your mama and your daddy telling what you should be told. And some people, they don't talk to their parents, or their parents died, or whatever, and they don't have nobody to advise them. So the thing is, like, yeah, they gonna have to minimize your entire life. The cars, you gonna have to put them, get them back to the loan company. If you could sell them for some money, for whatever, if you owe less than what they worth, sell them and then use that money to pay to get the title and transfer it to the owners, whoever bought it. And cars, the way you live, the clothes, all of that got to be minimized. I don't care how many times you crying. Cause a lot, women gonna cry. Men just gonna feel a certain type of way. They just gonna be like, kind of feel bad, down and out.
Yeah.
But women, but you gotta imagine the women in this scenario. They gonna be crying like a motherfucker, cause it's very emotional.
Yeah.
Not gonna be that
It
girl
is.
anymore. I mean, I would even say, damn, you're gonna have to probably delete your Instagram. Or if you don't want to delete your Instagram, you're gonna have to go on Instagram and tell the entire world, and that shit probably gonna go viral because you got 10,000 followers. I'm sorry for all of these pictures and all of these videos. I was 100% fronting. That car I had, sweetheart, I had a loan on it. In the loan, the APR was 26% interest rate. And the car and the house, that nice little mansion, I kept doing Instagram videos when shaking my tail feather and juking and all that. I was my mortgage was damn near $7,000 a month. Okay, and I only made about $6 a month. So you gotta imagine how depressing I was, how depressing it was every month having being in debt, just robbing Peter to pay Paul. Them
Hundred
clothes,
percent.
them clothes I got, all them red bottoms, them Pradas, them Gucci, all of that was paid for my credit card, and my credit card balance is $70,000 because I had all of this stuff on credit. But they ain't gonna want to do that. So I would just say delete the Instagram. If you can't, if you can keep all your followers and everything, you might gain more followers. Go on Instagram and tell them how much you was fronting. But this is what you got to do. But here's the thing.
Most people ain't willing to do
Hey,
half that.
hey, you better. Hey, Iori, Soul Shader, them people watching this video right now, they guilty as hell. They caught, a caught rat in a rat trap, and they ain't gonna do it. Okay,
Wow.
They promise you. I maybe one out of 1,000 would do it, but ain't gonna do it. But the thing but Iori, that's they ain't gonna get that much impact reading my book besides holding on to it. Like,
Right.
because it's like my book is like 104. You gotta read 100, 101, 103 before you get to 104. Because I done already been through the hardships and bumping my head and having to do this and having to do that, and trying to minimize and all. I done did all of that, and I done read all of them books and went through the prerequisites to get to where I'm at now. Like, it ain't everybody at where I'm at now, so you gotta like get those kinks out and talk. You're gonna have to vent a whole bunch of times before, and then get your life in order and stuff in order to really get that much of an impact. Definitely buy it. If you want to read it, you welcome to read it, but you're gonna have to get the other stuff. I mean,
Right.
if you're one of those guys or one of them women that was being a financial pretender, where you just your 90, 95, 99% of your lifestyle is 100, like damn near pretentious, where everything is all borrowed this, borrowed that, and you know, um, you living outside your means and all of that type of stuff. It's gonna be very difficult to run a millionaire savings plan because your debt is just gonna be because see, here's the deal. You know the debt aspect I go into in a millionaire savings plan, but imagine a debt snowball with someone that has a $300,000 mortgage with interest, $75,000 car payment, $70,000 in credit cards. How the hell can you run a millionaire savings? God damn! I mean, I'm trying my hardest. I'm doing unconventional shit to try to get my student loans out the way, to taking care of. I mean, $400,000 in debt to try to work up and then you probably already got what? I mean, you probably already got money. Like, I mean, you got what? $10,000 or whatever that your boyfriend gave you. I don't know. I mean, that's gonna be a hellified death snowball if you did try to do it. And then you certainly don't want to. I mean, what the hell is your rewards? You got everything already. I mean, what would your? I don't know how that would work. Like, what rewards do you want that you? I mean, like, you supposed to get a reward in this case. So you got everything that a woman could want off of borrowed credit. How? I mean, I don't, I just that's gonna be a hellified dead snowball. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, and then you damn near got everything that I want to the point where at the 200 and what was it at the ninth step, you got damn near everything that I wanted from the ninth step on down off borrowed credit. I mean, I guess you could make up some rewards along the way, but damn, I mean, you're gonna be so busy trying to pay the debts off, ain't gonna be no room for no it's gonna be very difficult to get higher up them steps.
Right.
I mean, because it's gonna be so lopsided that because ideally, if you, one, to keep up that same lifestyle is gonna be very, very challenging. You're definitely gonna have to stop spending because you ain't no keep going out, no partying, none of all of that is damn near stopped. And then, to keep everything you actually have, it just damn man, I just like I said, man, this book doesn't necessarily address people that have a lot of debt, like extreme debt in that case, and then definitely people that are not financially responsible, because that's like being financially irresponsible. I don't really go into that like in this book. Like I say, I definitely can make another edition. It's gonna be a while. I'm appreciative for the sales I got. I haven't looked, but I think last time I checked, I had a couple people got the Kindle version. I know my cousin, he got the Kindle version. He bought I think 3 or 4 of them. So yeah, my book does not go that much into people with high debt ratios, and also definitely I don't advocate buying stuff that you can't afford or anything like that. I just don't. That's not something that I really go too much into. Like, I pretty much, the Millionaire Savings Plan is whatever you have right now. You put a complete time out and you just work. You literally don't get yourself any rewards. It's no more rewards. Like, that would, like, a freaking dress that's $1,000, $500, $200, and you're not going to a funeral or anything or a wedding. That's the reward. So in order to get anything damn near that's like expensive, anything over $200-$300 is very expensive. That's a reward. So if you start at $1,000, you basically, everything from that point onward is a reward if it's over a certain amount, definitely. And if it's not making you any money, like, okay, my pickup truck, I plan on making a shit ton of money with that pickup truck. Hopefully it's a risk buying it because it's a machine, it's a vehicle. Hopefully it'll work for a while, but that vehicle is going to make me money because, okay, when I need to, and I need everything in my house. I need a furnace, I need a refrigerator, I need an oven, I need building materials, more building materials. I need a kitchen cabinet set. That truck is going to be pulling all of this stuff. So it's going to say, like, all of those things that I mentioned, unless they offer free delivery or whatever the case may be, I have to pick it up. That pickup truck is going to be picking that stuff up. So, okay, it's going to cost $50 to $60 or $70 each item to pick up. Okay, so it's like, not even that. Somebody calls me, hey, I need something delivered or whatever. I haven't even got to the point where I'm gonna, they got these like companies where you can haul stuff I got to get the brakes fixed and whatnot, and then I could actually go on these little platforms and I can haul locally, different items. Not to mention, I could just wake up early in the morning, maybe like, I don't know, let's say I had the time to do so. Ain't nothing, you seen the Mexicans and all of them, they put the freaking little wood post on the truck, and then I just go pick up, oh, there's a water heater. Oh, there's a refrigerator. Somebody just push it all up in my truck. Then next thing you know, I made $100 a day just hauling stuff, in this truck. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I ain't nothing but a hustler. That's an asset to me. So it's not like, okay, I bought that truck to move up the millionaire savings plan, not move down.
Right. 100%.
It was an investment move. You know what I'm saying? No bullshit. I am not bullshitting you guys. It is 100% investment move. I'm gonna need a pickup truck for this project with this house, any future projects, as well as I do plan on doing stuff for other people for money, as far as I'll be that guy. I'm that guy now. Broke genius, he's got a pickup truck. We ain't gotta call the freaking delivery company or whatever. He can go pick it up. He's right there. Just call him. You know what I'm saying? I'll be that guy with that pickup truck. So that, and then but I mean, back to what I was saying. Yeah, you can't spend any more money, basically. I mean, ideally, the millionaire savings plan, it is a minimalistic plan, because any reward you get, unless it's gonna make you money. For example, for a woman, I'm just thinking women here, you can't go buy, like, if you can go buy, like, okay, you can buy like a hair dryer, right? Like that, one of those, like ones in a beauty supply, or not beauty supply, but a beauty salon. But you can't buy it just for yourself. You better be a goddamn shampoo scent press broad, with this new contraption that you pay $400 for.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. You better, the second you get it, you better be on Facebook or whatever, or talking to your chick, telling your friends, yeah, I do shampoo and conditioning, and whatever else you can do for whatever, $30 with this contraption that you bought. And it'll help, and you use it for yourself, but you're using it to make money to go higher up the millionaire savings plan steps. Everything that you buy is an asset in order to go higher up the steps. And then, here's the thing though, if you got, let's say you save $2,000, you got on step 2, you want that blow dryer or this automatic hair dryer for $400, you got it, buddy, because you saved that $2,000, you got it. And then, okay, you got to the third step, you got $4,000. What else? Whatever else you want. You want a freaking stainless steel fridge for $800? You got it. Matter of fact, I got something better. You want the set, you want the stainless steel stove and the refrigerator for like $1,400. And then here's the thing. I don't necessarily have to buy things new. I mean, they could be used, they could be refurbished. That way I save money. And you can do it. You can do it because you got to the step 3, you save $4,000. And that's just how it is. So if somebody's buying the MSP and they're following it and they're just steady spending money, they ain't following the MSP. They ain't reading my sentences. They doing their own thing, because the MSP it's pretty much if you're following it to the teeth. Now you can cheat. I cheat. But when I get to that step, and I do plan on getting to that step, I can't get that reward again. That's it. I've already cheated step 4 and step 5. I'm thinking about cheating step 6 because I seen some Porsche trucks for like 3 or 4 grand. I seen some for like 3 or 4 grand. But the thing about it is, it's not really making sense because here's the deal. I can't have all of these goddamn trucks and I live in the hood. So when I think about, okay, I already got a Benz and now I got a freaking Porsche truck too in the hood, it doesn't make sense. So it's like maybe I need to wait till I get in a better situation for that. But I thought about it. That's why I put that community post out there. I thought about because I saw one dude, shout out to Hoover's Garage on YouTube. He was like,
man. Shout
yeah,
out to that dude, man.
you got a Porsche truck for 300.
He always comes up with like the coolest old school rides. Shout out to that.
He got a Porsche truck for $300. I'm like, and then I started to think, I'm like, but he had to get it fixed up and everything. He got he's got some good like shops that he takes his cars and stuff like that. But I'm like, man, I mean, I could just, but it's like, nah, I in hindsight, I'm like, no, because I don't think that I want to have all of these. Like, I don't, it's too many luxury cars to me in one neighborhood. It's like maybe I'll wait till I get in a better house, because see, here's the thing. When the paint is dry and the floors are laid, my level is already jumped. Let's say my partner he backs out the deal and I got the house completely. Okay, that house is 50 grand. I mean, right. I'm past steps. I'm step 6 knocking on step 7's door. Or I could just sell the house and just send my student loan company a check. Send Uncle Sam his money and then do that. But I'm ideally not gonna do it. What I'm gonna do is just get another house, save up and get another house because now I have this, and then by the time I get the other house, work the same system. Now guess what? Shoot, I'm at damn near $120,000. I got 2 houses, so I could try to look at the next one as a fix and flip, try to get that money, and boom, I'm up the steps. But it might, I'm not everything I'm doing. Might be a diversion, but I'm still trying to get up those steps. And like I say, like I told Soul Shader, I ain't gonna do nothing but just once I'm done. Once I got that house halfway to where I'm comfortable, I ain't gonna do nothing but try to beef up my my brokerage accounts and Forex accounts. And
shit.
Yeah, oh shit. Exactly. I ain't gonna do nothing but be that. And then now I got
shout out to Dollar Will when it comes to the Forex and like all that kind of shit.
Hell yeah, I need to go. I'm subscribed to Dollar Wheel. I need to check him out. I've been slacking on my chart game.
Shit.
But yeah, man, I ain't gonna do nothing but have my little desktop set up and have my little 3 or 4 monitors and yeah, and then what I'm saying, beef up my accounts again and what I'm saying, get that kicked off and just start all over, because that's what I was doing before I got the house. I was beefing up my brokerage accounts and yeah, but all of that is, everything is trying to do the MSP. It's not I'm gonna just go buy these Louis Vuittons because I want to look nice today, or I just want to go let me go lease a Wraith this week or rent a Wraith this weekend because I because I want to look good. No, that's not. That's none of that has nothing. That is not the MSP, bro. Not at all.
Right.
Only reward you get, and ideally the reward, like I say in the book, the reward is something that ideally is gonna help you get higher up the steps. It's not you get something. I mean, it depends on what you want. It could be what you want, but ideally, I just throw a bone out there. Get something that is gonna help you, get a higher reward. Get a higher up the steps. Like for example, I think when I get past 64,000, when I got 64 liquid, I'm that's enough money for me to either put in my business ventures that I have now or start something new, like start a trading company or something like that, or a restaurant. I could start a little restaurant, so a little sandwich shop with that amount of money. Ideally on my MSP, that's what I did on that step, which is 7. It would be to start a restaurant because I could start a little small sandwich shop or something, and that's enough money to do that. And then that would ultimately, if I do it right, I could make enough money to get higher up the steps. Okay. Ideally, I don't know that much about the restaurant game, but ideally, if it takes off, because I do know how to cook a little bit, and the plans that I have, I think that'll take off. Get some like po' boy sandwiches with French fries, and then maybe like other stuff, maybe like other things in the mix or whatever, and it could probably take off, man. But it's just whatever you can do. Like that'll be my reward. My reward would be I would actually start a full-fledged restaurant once I get to $64,000. That is what I would try to do. Now I flipped it around. I said, you know what? I really don't want a restaurant. I just want to trade. I want to start a trading company or whatever, an investment group or something. But I don't know. I might just keep it how I wanted it. I think restaurant is okay to start. But I mean, here's the thing about
don't forget about e-commerce too, bro.
Oh yeah. I just gotta learn e-commerce, man. I gotta learn it. I'm still learning, but the thing about it is,
I can tell you where I kind of learned it. But, yeah, like the reason is because I know a bunch of e-com sellers that basically rake in about $100,000 to $200,000 per year.
See, here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. You say e-com.
Yeah.
I didn't even, a lot of times I forget things or whatever. I don't even mention it.
They're eBay, Amazon, and Walmart marketplace sellers. But they also say, go ahead.
How about I already do e-com, and that's another part, and I talk about that in my book. That's another way that I'm gonna try to get up the steps, because what I'm gonna ultimately do is just, my plan is to get a bunch of probably in my basement, get a bunch of like storage racks, and then buy a whole bunch of stuff, probably from Alibaba, AliExpress, or whatever. Just beef up my merchandise, and then just load it on my eBay, or I don't really do Amazon, but that was what I was planning on doing. I was actually trying to do that slowly but surely, but didn't really have the success that I wanted. But yeah, that's part of my mix too. E-commerce is definitely
For
part of
sure.
that. But what I was also saying was that you know, yeah, I mean, with the whole reward thing, I ain't saying all of the rewards have to be towards you getting higher up the steps. Ultimately, quite a few of them ultimately will help, because if you buy a house, I mean that's gonna help in the long run if you buy it right and all of that. So part of my plan is to buy at the end of my plan, or end of my reward steps, my goal steps is I'll have 3 houses, well, 2 houses, one mansion.
There you go. I
you know,
thought you were going to get a castle, bro. I mean, come on now. Like,
no, that's actually that's my MSP second edition. That's
okay, I got
yeah, that I mean, because it's gonna take a lot more money to build a castle. Cause see, here's the thing with the MSP. You can actually rinse and repeat, right? So let's say let's say you do the MSP, and next month you already at step 11. You're like, damn, I'm bored. I'm already I'm already a millionaire. You know, I done got my 11th reward. I'm like, well, what do I do? Well, after you get your 11th reward, you just start back up at step 1. Now instead of 1,000, you start with 10,000.
right.
And then you just keep working it till, you get ultimately to step 11 will be 10 million instead of 1 million. So you just I just have to wait till you know the second phase of the MSP, which, oh boy, I'm 40 years old. I hope it doesn't take that long.
Nah, it won't, bro. It won't.
Because
It won't.
I mean, I'm already, but yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the second phase.
Look, look. Let me put it to you like this, and this is a compliment, right? I don't usually say anything nice about a lot of people. That doesn't mean I don't want to, but it just means that I'm a realist about things, and you know you're just like me, and I'm sure Soul Shader's just like this. We're kind of in the same spot to where we got our head on straight. We know how money works. We know the amount of money that we're supposed to spend and not do any dumb shit, whatever. Now all we gotta do is just hit once. Hit once really, really big. And that could be any of the stuff we talked about. That could be some kind of real estate deal. That could be some kind of stock that goes from, you know, I mean, 80 cents to $30, like the ones that I was looking at, like straight up. Shout out to shout out to Dollar Will in the chart game.
Yep.
Um, and I mean anybody else that really teaches that. I mean that's $1 million skill, and that's why instead of being on a lot of these panels where we gonna be talking about the gynocracy and all this other kind of shit. No, I want I want I want to sit up here for 2 hours and chop up game and sit
Man,
up with Dollar Will 2 hours and chop up game. Another guy that's really cool. He's not kind of in the manosphere, but he's another guy that like I watch his videos. Like the difference between me and Dollar Will and him is I actually spend time with Dollar Will, like straight up. Shout out to the Patreon group. Another dude that's really good. He's a brother too. Is a guy named Super Easy Forex, and he's a forex trader just like Dollar Will. And I watch his videos too. And the whole thing that I'm trying to say is there's gold in here, bro. Like in any of the um, strategies we're talking about, whether it be real estate, whether it be um, Forex, whether it be e-commerce, there's gold in here.
Yeah.
Now, what we got to do?
Are you saying that I'm pretty thorough?
Yeah, yeah. See,
I
see,
appreciate it. I
and,
appreciate it.
and, and here's the thing, right? Like, I don't have to be really saying this like that. I just be like, yo, like he's cool, whatever. I don't have to really put my name on actually telling people that you're like the the situations that you talk about are sound economic principles.
Yeah.
Period. And I hope it means something coming from me, just the same way like when you say something, it means something coming from you. But yeah, like at the end of the day, what we're saying has merit, and
Yeah.
it's really just about getting to the point that we get the right strategy in place with the right system in place, and
Yeah.
then it's just a matter of replication.
Yeah, it's I forget about that too. Not too much, but what you saying is that basically, so when I got as high as almost getting to step 4 before I bought my house and fixed my car up and stuff, I can feel the power of that money in my bank account. And
Mhm.
it felt pretty good. And not even just the feeling, but the things that I could have capitalized on, right?
Sure.
Now I wasn't as fortunate enough. Like, I mean, ideally, monetarily, we all know what should have been done, right? I
Sure.
shouldn't even bought the house, right? I should have just bought a bunch of Neo stock, right? The same amount of money, right? Well, we gotta
Yeah.
we gotta be real,
Yo,
right?
yo. Speaking of which, I bought Neo at $3 and sold it before this. But
You did?
yeah, I did.
Dang.
I did.
I bought it at 11 and I just held
Oh,
it.
Now,
well,
who taught you about Neo? Who told you about Neo?
I mean, it's just
I'm not
I
Soul Shader. I wanna.
I
I'm.
read a
Who
lot,
told
bro.
me?
Who told you about Neo?
Um
Uh,
so it was a black dude who told me about it.
Oh,
Like
okay.
it was some black dude, like it was in a chat room. I think it
Oh,
was on the
okay.
Black Brain Trust. It
uh,
was on their channel, but I was in the chat room and there was just one of these black dudes who we just talked about stocks, and then he brought up Neo. He told me
Oh,
about it. So
okay.
then I
yeah,
kind of just looked at it, researched it, but I didn't take it seriously though. Like I saw it when
yeah.
it was at $3 and I had the money to buy it,
Fuck.
but I didn't take it seriously at the time. And then
Yeah, I
like
mean,
a little time went by, and then I came and I saw it shot up to 11. I was like, "Oh shoot, I better get this!" So I just grabbed it and jumped on it.
uh, yeah, that's when I got out. Fuck, fuck, fuck
I,
up of the
hey,
century.
I
But
can.
it's all good.
Don't feel bad, okay? Now, I was one of the pioneers of Neo, okay? I was at Neo when it was cheaper than $1. I'd have to
Ah,
I have to look at now I have to look at my Robin Hood
uh,
because I gotta see actually where I bought in, because I mean I know I talked about it on my challenge updates or whatever, but I can find out exactly where as far back as when I bought in. Let me see here.
yeah, I bought Neo at $3. I bought what's that called? Pinterest at $30. It's 60 now.
Wow.
Uh, yeah, yeah. It's just but at that point, I wasn't an Elliott wave trader.
Hmm.
I wasn't an Elliott wave trader. And shout out to Dollar Will. Elliott wave is changing my fucking life in terms of like actually seeing a trade.
Hmm.
Right? It's like, man, like I don't gotta do shit, man. I'm just gonna sit here and just like sit on this shit for a little bit. As long as the Elliott wave gods tell me I don't gotta touch the shit, and I look at the chart every day just to check my shit up, I'm okay. Like I'm learning that.
Who's
See, cause
Elliot Waves?
look up Elliott wave theory, bro.
Yeah,
Okay.
Elliott wave. Elliott wave is some type of like charting system.
Yeah, basically what it is it says that buying and selling happens in waves. There's waves of selling and there's waves of buying. You know, and the best time to buy a stock, this isn't what they tell you, but this is what I figured out. The best time to buy the stock is when everybody is basically getting their head chopped off. It's like, oh my God, the stock market's dying. You know, shit is collapsing. Like that's the uglier it looks, the better it is once you know how to look at it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, like when Neo was at $3 and it was 15 when I saw it and it went down to 3 and I picked it up, I should have just held on to that bitch. If I was, I'd like because I had 3,000 shares of Neo at $3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna tell you,
Wow.
I've already bought. I saw back in
Like I said, fuck up of the
back in
century,
March.
but I'm still here.
Back in March, I've had okay, yeah, that is the lowest I got it. So I had Neo at $4.99.
Okay.
I had Neo at $4.99 and I sold it. So there you have it. You know, I mean, that's just my Robin Hood. I know I bought it in my other brokerages too. You know, I'm gonna do a show on just Neo alone because basically I know I bought in. I know I bought in my TD Ameritrade. I know I bought in on my interactive brokers. I bought in Neo, and it was a lot lower than what it is now, and I just sold it. You know,
Right.
but here's the thing though. What if I was on some old? Who cares about anything? Let me go ahead and put 4 or 5 grand in Neo, and this was what June? What was it at June? What was Neo? Let me see what Neo was in June.
I check for you, bro.
Yeah. Well,
I
if I
check
out
for you.
what Neo was trading at in June, because I know I had about in June I had about 6 grand. I could have just been
Did anybody know about Novavax?
no.
Ah, shit. I did. Let's see. Neo.
What's Novavax?
Novavax is part of the pharma stocks, like the COVID plague.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you a pharmaceutical company I'm coming out like a fat rat on right now.
Tell me, bro.
Give me just a second. Let me go into my personal capital because it's under my it's under my another account. Let me see here. I just don't want to say it wrong. I want to make sure.
426. It was 426 in June.
Yeah, I could have bought 1,000 shares. Okay.
Yeah, I could have bought it. I could have bought it too. I had the money.
I could have easily, not easily, but I could have bought 1,000.
I think we need to have a stock roundtable to talk about stocks, so we can basically be like, "Yo, man, you in this shit? I'm in this shit. Let's stick in this shit and not fuck it up."
Yeah,
for real, man.
Are you saying like a stock club type of thing? Because that's
I don't care what you want to call it, bro. I fuck with it. I fuck with it to basically keep.
Well, Soul Shader.
So that way we could all make money together and shit.
Soul Shader is 10 toes down, so he knows basically. We looking for roller coasters. So, roller coasters are basically stocks that have a slow progressive basically ascension. And,
Right.
and when they go down, okay, really, okay. So a roller coaster.
Here, let me show you guys what I mean by Elliott wave theory. Right
Okay.
now, I'm not a perfect Elliott wave theorist like Dollar Will, but I just want to show you guys this so you understand like the concept. Okay, so let me go ahead and figure this out first because I gotta.
I'm
All right.
I'm familiar with Elliott wave. I don't necessarily use it, but if I'm all for research, and if I need to look at Elliott wave more, I'll do it. No problem with
I
me,
mean,
bro.
I think you do, bro. But
Okay,
but
say
but I
less.
tell but I tell you why. I tell you why. Let's see. So this. All right. So okay, here it is. I found the chart. Right. I found the chart. I just want to show you guys this. You guys don't have to like understand anything, but I just want to kind of show you how this works. All right. So all right. You guys see my screen real quick and shit?
Let me see. Let me add it to the stream. Okay, we see it now.
All right. So at the bottom of the channel, this thing was $1.43.
Okay.
This is a 5 count that I did, and I'm sure y'all know what a 5 count is, right? So let me go ahead and hide this. So Elliott wave is about swings. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Wow. Wow.
All right. Now that 5 is like at $18 and change.
Uh huh.
Now that started at $1.43.
Okay.
Now the reason I'm telling you this is because a lot of people really don't pay attention, or at least I didn't. Like a lot of people don't pay attention to the fact that stocks go up and down in series.
Hmm.
Like we don't see that when we're checking like Yahoo Finance and seeing what the stock did on Wednesday, December 1st or some shit like that. We don't pay attention
Right.
to that shit. We just like, oh, that bitch was up like 60 cents, 70 cents, whatever,
Hmm.
right? But if you look at it like this, it gives you the whole thing, right? Now, from here, from 18 bucks, it went all the way down to 517, which is right there. That C point. Okay. And right now it's an $8 stock. So if you know how all these things work, at the end of a 5 count, you're seeing an A, B, and a C. Right? At the bottom of C is usually when you're right over here somewhere. Complete price destruction. Because if you look at what happened here, you're at the top of the mountain here. Destruction, recovery, destruction.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're right there at the bottom of that destructive candle. and you have a bullish engulfing candle right here.
Hmm.
It
Hmm.
swallowed this bitch right up.
Yeah.
And this one. And all three of these
Uh huh.
almost. So that's a bullish signal.
Yeah.
And even this red candle is above this line.
Hmm.
So like that's what I'm saying. If you understand
Hmm.
like the 5 move shit,
Okay.
like all of a sudden, like you're seeing something like this. You buy the shit
Yeah.
at the bottom, and
Right.
even all right, even like 143
Uh
to
huh.
524.
Okay.
Like what is that? That's still all right. Let's figure that out. Hopefully this is helpful to you guys, but
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm definitely paying attention.
all right. So here. So let's do this. Okay. 523 divided by what is it? 143 times 100. That's 365% on that one move.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's from here to there.
Right.
Wow.
That's not, that's not all that, So let's say that that's $18 just for the hell of it, because I'm not near like my charts. This is just one of the things I was doing with Dollar Will. But let's say 18, which is the top of wave 5, bottom of wave 1, the complete low point is 1.43. That's hold on.
So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what.
1,200%.
Yeah.
Dang.
Right. Now I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what. I'm gonna show you the roller coaster theory.
Go ahead.
Okay. For you. Okay.
Hopefully
I'm gonna
that was
show you
helpful.
the Yeah, I'm gonna add that, and I put the stock in the public chat that I was talking about, because I've made about
Oh,
$40
okay.
to
LPCN. All
date.
right, cool.
If you just look at the chart on that, you can see, because I've been holding that for over a year now. You can see how much money I've made off of that. Okay, so
Okay.
so the thing is that let me share my screen. I'm gonna show you the roller coaster theory that I kind of I discovered. So this is Neo. So the roller coaster method is like okay, so this is December. You see it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You see? Do you? Okay. All right. So roller coaster theory, basically, well, the prerequisites is a company that's revolutionary, that has a huge following, and it has some type of technology or service that's innovative. Okay, so that's definitely Neo. Now, another thing is that just like a roller coaster, it has like peaks and valleys where it's an ascension, where it's like you see it's like it's at $2.26 December 2019, then it goes up and then it goes back down. See, that's probably why you got out of it, because like me, it didn't. You see how? Okay, let's go for March. So it was at 414 in February. March, it dropped a little bit. Then it dropped even further in March 18, 2020. Then it went back up a little bit. Well, actually, yeah, it went back up a little bit. And then it went up a little bit higher, then a little bit higher, then it dropped off. So if you got scared at any point, you just drop off, right? But then it just goes up. It went up real high here. It started, then it went down. It went down. It went to $14.57 June of 2020. Then boom, hard drop, $11.09. A lot of people probably sold off then. Then it went up a little bit, $12. Then
Right.
it jumped again, $19 August 2020. Okay, then drop off. The big drop off is $17. Then
Yeah,
it
I think
went
I
back
bought
up to
more around
19,
there.
and then it dropped $17. Okay, then it went up to $21. Then it dropped off, and then it went back up to it went up to $28. And then the drop off from 28 to $26. Then it got up to 30. Then a drop off, a little mini drop off there, like 1 or 2 days to $30. Then boom, 42. Then it dropped off to 41. then it came up to 48, then it dropped off to 45, then it went up to 55, and then it's at a drop off now, and it's trying to get back up to another high, right?
Right.
So this is like a roller coaster. Now here's another thing. We haven't talked about options. So this is Tesla's 5-year. They're the same like NIO. It's very similar. If you look at the chart and then Tesla's 5-year, it's very similar.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
But see, here's the thing. Tesla has huge drop-offs. So it went from 160 February 14th of 2020, and then it bottomed out at $85 in March of 2020. So if you use options, you could basically be like, all right, well, this thing is probably going to drop off. So right now it's at the peak. Right now it's at 585.76. It might drop off. It might do a drop off. I mean, because it does a peak, and then after the peak it drops off. But then, the roller coaster method is also like when it drops off, you just buy more shares.
Mm-hmm. Your dollar cost averaging.
Yeah.
On the drop.
You just buy more shares. That's all that is,
Yeah. I mean, if you notice, hold on. Am I still sharing my screen or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to click stop sharing or whatever.
So you're talking about roller coasters, right?
Yeah.
Like, what do you think that is?
Okay, let me share that.
Down, like all that stuff, right?
Yeah, that's a roller coaster. That's a roller coaster chart. That's basically
Yeah. Now there's two ways of looking at the roller coaster. Now this right here, this stuff that you see over here, that's a stochastic monitor.
Yeah.
Right? I'm sure you guys know what a stochastic monitor is, but it's about where price oscillates.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Up high means overbought, down low means oversold. Right? Now sometimes you'll see, okay, so as we're going here, we scroll down, look at where that is. It's giving you the indication. For that thing being oversold from here to here, the indicator is giving you an oversold right there too. You see that? It doesn't work all the time. Sometimes you have a divergence, but not all the time, right? So let's see where it is up here. Yeah, right here to right here. There's like wave 3. You can tell. Okay, right there to right there is wave 5. It looks like, but look at the indication right here. Look at where that is.
Yeah.
All the way at the bottom. On top of the fact that you saw this price destruction going all the way down here. And you compare that to it being there. Okay, I mean it's hard, but I hope you guys can see this and that.
Yeah.
That's the destruction of price right there. Right? Now this thing is an $8 stock from 517. So, it's starting back up, but it is what it is. I just wanted to show you guys the whole roller coaster point is correct.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show it to you in this form because as a technical trader in training, the reason I say I'm a technical trader in training is because I used to be a swing trader And then when the China kind of tariff shit happened, I got sick and tired of holding overnight and seeing the futures go up or go down like 400 points. So I ended up cutting my trades off on a day-to-day basis. Now I'm going back to being a swing trader, and Elliott wave theory and everything else is helping me out a lot. It gives credence to your roller coaster thing because you got down, up, down, and then you're gonna see this thing going up
So I
like
would
that.
buy right here. I would buy right there. I would buy.
Yeah.
Whatever that stock is.
Well, it's this one is a little delayed. It doesn't look like this. This was I think last week, but the new one looks a little different. Let's see. Do I still have this one? I think I might. Let's see. Come on. Yeah. See, so this is what this thing looks like now. See, so we were here, we saw this candle, and you're already starting to see it go from here.
Yeah, that's a
there.
roller coaster.
Yeah.
That's a roller coaster.
So it's building its base.
That's a nice roller coaster.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is you can see right here at the bottom, this thing was in the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's starting to kind of go up like that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, man. I mean, whatever tools, man, to utilize, to make some profits, man. That's definitely greatly appreciated. Cause
and hopefully that was helpful. So.
Yeah, I'm definitely, man. I'm convinced, man. I'm definitely convinced. I mean, just another tool, man, in the tool chest as far as I'm concerned.
100%.
Yep.
100%, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like whatever you could do, man, to get up higher, up that level. If you're following the MSP, you're gonna have to do things that, because okay, like I say, I mean, I'll say this 1,000 times. You can make enough money to get on step 4. Most people can get that from just working their job,
100%.
And then some people are halfway there, right? Because you can start off at the MSP wherever you are financially. If you got 50 grand in the bank, you can start off from there. You can basically just start off. Now you do have to get rewards. Now you can make your reward whatever you want it to be, but you would have to start from step 1 to step 6,
right,
and get all of your rewards. Whatever you want out the way, get that out the way, and then work to get to step 7, which is $64,000.
right.
You'd have to get to that step and then work your way up, because this plan will help somebody that's kind of like stuck. If they're stuck financially, it'll help them get over that mountain. Because see, here's the thing about it. It's what I was saying as far as with the plan where you can. I'm going off of what you said earlier as far as all you got to do is hit that home run, one time, and it'll win the game, right? You can hit that grand slam and walk off grand slam and help your team win the game, right?
Right.
Because basically basically if you got $64,000, that's enough money to actually start a little to have a little starter portfolio, or to beef up your portfolio if that's what you want to do, or
Sure.
or depending on where you are in the country, that's enough to get a dealer's license, a little cheap lot, and buy a couple used cars and get you some software where because now they have software where you can basically finance people off the street that they want to buy your car. You can basically plug in their information and run it through a bunch of different car loan companies, or even have your own buy here pay here or something like that if they don't get approved from a finance company. And then next thing you know, you got a starter car business with $64,000.
Right.
And then now, instead of you being stuck with, you were stuck initially before you bought the Millionaire Savings Plan book. You were stuck at 50 grand. You got a little money and got to up to 64 grand, and you started a car lot. You just started a car lot with like four cars. You sold those real quick, and then you got seven cars now, and then you getting sales routinely. Every day you selling a car, and then you constantly getting more. Now, next thing you know, you look at your account after 6 months. You got you a mechanic because some of the cars had a little issues, but you got you an in-house mechanic, or you got a mechanic that you go to that, you give him business or whatever. Now your account is at $125,000, and all you did was you just maybe reached out to the broke genius, or you got some 10-minute, 15-minute consultation, 30-minute consultation, and he like, man, well, what's your passion is? And you said cars. And then, well, what are you waiting for? I mean, is anything stopping you from getting a car dealer's license? Maybe you reached out to another YouTuber or somebody that actually knows how to get a car dealer license or whatever. And that's all it took. And next thing you know, you utilize your money that you already had, and now you looking up. Now you moving on to higher up the steps, because all it took was you needed to not the pushing and the coaching and the knowledge to move higher up your economic ladder, and next thing you know, you're on your way. Now you got a full-fledged business, still got your day job, but now you're making enough money to where it's almost making more than what you make at your day job, and you're selling cars. Now you moving. You selling. You got so many cars now. You probably thinking you probably gonna have to get another lot, a bigger lot, because you got way too many cars for the little small lot that you have, and
Sure.
you're making money. You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like,
Sure.
that's the power of money. And then you only did that one time, right? You spent that 60 some thousand. You didn't even spend all of it. You only, okay, let's just talk about Illinois. To start a car dealership in Illinois, it only requires about less than 30 grand. Okay. And then the cars you can start off with cheap cars or whatever kind of cars you want to get. And, depending on what time of year or whatever, people always need a car, right?
Sure.
So you got a pretty good system to sell them. You got a couple car salesmen on staff. You got enough money to pay them a commission plus, a base salary. So you got a couple happy car salesmen, and you know, 6 months you already doubled your money. You've doubled your money already, and then it's you steady selling cars, and then next thing you know, after about a year, you got about $250,000 in your bank account, and all you did was just work a job, and you save some money over some years, and it was just your money was stagnant because you just didn't know what to do with it. But
Exactly.
you
Right.
discover somebody on YouTube selling a book, and basically all of it does is teach you how to be a hustler, to basically double your money. The whole idea of it is doubling your money. You know, you got people that have money, they just don't know how to double it. And then you got people that just don't know how to save. Because see, I knew how to double money, but I just didn't know how to save. I didn't have the discipline enough to save. So that was what that's what helped me out. But you got people that actually have money, and they don't really know how to really take it off. Because see, what you're saying, I already earlier, is that all you got to do is swing that bat and hit that sweet spot right on that
Right.
ball,
Right.
and that's
100%.
it. That's it. You did it one time. In this case, I didn't say anything other than that he started off with that same $64,000. If you didn't even spend all of it. The reward was you going to start a car business, and you just made that decision. Now you only got two more steps, and you're in step 11, because you just made a decision to go by, you know, go start a business based off of you actually kind of liking cars, and you don't even have to like cars. You just like making money. You just wanted to do something as a side business to kind of supplement your income, and use your money to make more money, and you did it. And now in the year one, you still got your job, but pretty much where it's going. You're gonna have to pretty much quit your job and then go into this car business bit full time, and you're gonna have to start another location somewhere else with a bigger lot, and then pretty much all you got to do is keep running the same system, and now you're gonna a year or two be sitting on $500,000, and ultimately $1 million, being a millionaire, just off of two lots, off of just basically getting some advice on what to do with your money that you already had.
Mm-hmm.
And then guess what? You done already achieved step 11, and you don't do nothing but just start all over again, and then next thing you know, instead of you having these little, dusty little lots and shit, you just be like, you know what? Well, Ford or Chevy, they closed their dealership over here. Okay, I see it for sale on City Loop for $250,000. I got 1.5 million in the bank, and then my credit is 800. I got an 800 credit score. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna utilize my LLC and my business FEIN number. I'm just gonna get a business loan for $300,000, and
Right.
I'm gonna see if I can get this location for two, and then put about $100,000 into it. Now, instead of me having a freaking little dusty lot, what I'll do is I'll sell my two lots, and then I'll just take some money, and then slowly but surely get better cars, still have the used cars, and then now I have full-fledged auto dealership with a couple bays for I have some mechanics on staff, and now that me being a millionaire, I didn't use hardly any of my own money, and then next thing you know, I got a full-fledged dealership now, no longer just this little dusty lot, buy here, pay here guy. You know, I actually have a full-fledged dealership. I don't deal with nothing but cash or financing. I got a finance staff. I got car salesmen, and I got mechanics. And now instead of me making $200,000 a year, I'm making $2 million a year. You know, people are actually coming to me, and they're just getting their car. They just want their car serviced. They don't even want to buy a car. They just, my mechanics alone are making me, you know, $200,000 a year just off of my service bay. You know, my service department alone is making me $200,000 a year. You know, and my used car salesman, they making, some of them, my best sellers are making $100,000 a year themselves just off of the commission of them selling the used cars. And then my new cars, I'm selling them I'm selling them faster than I can even get them. And this is just from just some broke dude that wrote a book that was talking about it on YouTube. And I just reached out to him because I liked the book so much that I saw he offered, financial advice. So I just paid, $10, and I got 30 minutes. And in that 30 minutes, that was enough for him to, kind of nudge me to look into getting be a car dealer. And
Sure.
then now I'm a millionaire. And then I gave the young chap, a $5,000 gift card, because I sent him about 10 Visa gift cards with $500 on them, because I mean, his advice was worth its weight in gold.
Right.
But
Right.
that's what you were talking about. It's like basically you can do one restaurant. I could probably do $200,000 a year off just that one restaurant. Or even if I just do $100,000, I mean, I initially I started it with 25,000.
Well, let's take a look. Hold on. Look, because I got the ability to look at the actual numbers right now. Hold on. So, all right, one sec. So let's do this.
I don't even think it costs that much. It's like probably
No,
10 or 15.
It really don't. I mean, it depends on what kind of deal we're talking about, right? So let's see. Buy a business, establish businesses. All right. So let's take a look. All right. So
let me see here.
Illinois, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let's go to industries, restaurants, and food. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where any of these places are.
That's like northwest suburbs.
But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go cash flow. Let's say 100 to actually let's say 250 to 500, just so we know.
Okay.
Just so we know how much the buy-in on restaurants like that are. Okay, so
okay.
Here's a BBQ.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's expensive.
Yeah.
That's pretty expensive.
Now
because you gotta think. I mean, if they're already making this,
yeah, but
why would they sell it?
but remember, when you're taking 200 grand in cash flow, basically a lot of other people already did the dirty work already. At this point, this thing
Right.
is
But we
This
talking
thing just
about.
throwing out cash.
But keep this in mind. I mentioned the prerequisites was I got about the max I have is $64,000.
Okay. Let me
we,
go
we
ahead.
I mean we can go to we can dream big, no doubt. But I
Sure,
mean,
sure. Let me let me go ahead and go no min to no max, and let's just say the price range would be
men
minimum to
let's just put
50,000.
100,000 because
All
we
right,
might be able to negotiate.
100. All right,
Yeah.
can apply. Hold on. What?
They probably nothing come up.
It's still wanting us to do. So let's go 50 to 100. That's why.
Oh,
That's why. All right. Now let's try it.
damn.
Damn.
Well, maybe they paid for to be at the top or something like that.
Yeah. That's exactly what they were doing. All this stuff is like sponsored.
Right.
So this is gonna go like a little bit better. All right. So here's an Italian restaurant for 100 with 60 in cash flow.
53.
Yeah.
Down at the bottom there.
53
Breakfast
and lunch in Lincoln Park. Okay. 25
wow. 25,000. What the hell? Oh,
gyros and burger joint.
Damn, that's what I'm talking about right there.
75, 25, 85, 100. But to be honest, one other option instead of buying one of these.
Yeah, I know.
I
kind of know what I could do, right? So here, I mean, I ain't really got to show my screen or nothing, but I can tell you. So basically, what you got to do, you can save substantially, but yeah, I get you. You're not gonna have established business clientels, but to start a restaurant, a little sandwich shop to sell like sandwiches and fries, right? You can buy an existing location that is not necessarily up and running, but it was already a restaurant, so it's already zoned. You don't have to worry about zoning and things of that nature.
Like Subway?
No, not necessarily. You can buy Subway too. Don't get me wrong. That's not a bad investment, but that's a franchise. I don't necessarily want to buy into a franchise. I'm looking at just starting my own company, right? My own restaurant with my own brand and everything. So that will cost So if you get
anybody want to go buy a gun shop?
Oh, 3 million. Oh, okay.
No. It's $1 million, but it's got like 100,000, whatever. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm gonna go look for a T-Mobile shop.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the thing about it is you just if you can get an existing location and it's already owned by whatever. Let's say the rent is like they talking about $700, $800, $900 a month or something, right? So you gotta build it out. You gotta build out the restaurant. You gotta get fryers. You're gonna need like a setup, right? A little like you gotta need commercial refrigerators. The cost involved to build everything out and to get the refrigerators, the commercial refrigerators. You need like a drink stand or whatever. All of that's gonna cost you about $15,000, and then you got the rent payment every month, right? So yeah, that's for the cheap. That's what a lot of guys from other countries, they come here and they set up a little hole in the wall, little like sandwich shop. They sell gyros here and Italian beefs and pizza puffs and fries and hot dogs and fries. And I mean that's what the cost is involved with that. Now, I'm not gonna sell that I might sell some of those items, but my plan is to sell like something unique, like poor boy sandwiches with some like really good sauce and some fries. I even thought about selling like some wings and fries, with like some specialty wings with some specialty sauces and stuff like that. But even that, the build out cost might be a little bit more because you would need grills and fryers and stuff. But I mean, it's about $15,000 to $20,000. Now, what you looking at is existing businesses. I mean, you gonna spend some money to buy an existing business. You gonna spend quite a bit of money to
Sure.
buy an
Sure.
existing business versus just getting one built out for yourself. Now, I don't know what Subway cost is for their franchise. I think it's like 20 or 30 grand. But
Let's find out. I can find out right now. Let's see.
yeah, Subway is. I think it was last
Buy
time.
a franchise, low cost franchise, restaurant and food franchises. Okay, so let's see. Miss Fields, Anchor Blue, TCBY. Let's find out. Pizza Factory. You know when it's going to get cheap to buy these, bro? Wait for about 6 months. First quarter 2021, you're going to see a lot of these franchises going for 20 cents on the dollar. Let's see. Subway franchise cost
15 grand.
15,000 in startup costs. Construction, equipment, and leasing expenses range from 100 to 393. But what you do is you just buy you can just buy a Subway for sale and just pay the $15,000 on top of that.
Right.
So let's see here. T-Mobile for sale.
He's trying to sell you a phone.
Sorry about that.
They got plenty of those.
I know.
We got what you need. What you want? A new iPhone?
Exactly. All right. So let's see. Profitable. Bisman. There we go. It's this one. Just randomly. Okay. Verizon. All right. Just so this is good information for people to have. Verizon store, 96,000 net. Right. So that means they're making 100 grand after paying everybody. These types of things are certain. These businesses are good for absentee owners. If I just wanted to throw my money out, knowing that the shit would be running and I'd make 100 grand after paying everybody, that's one way to do it. Cell phone accessory store, Total Wireless store. Total Wireless is part of mobile store, wireless, Verizon's good clients. Cell phone franchise store. All right. This is what we're going to do. We're going to go up here. Where we're going to go. Uh, all right. I know what to do. I'm just gonna go over here. Yeah, I'm kind of a bulldog when it comes to this. All right, find buyers. I'm just gonna go up here. bizbin.com, search site, home. Okay, I see. Brokers, discussions. You know what? I got a better idea. Let's just do this. Let's find out. Okay, here's one in San Francisco. Here's one in Orange County.
Wow.
Let's go take a look, man. Oh shit! All right. I see how these people be fucking with you. I ain't paying no.
Yeah, that's like step 11.
I ain't paying no bullshit money like that for one of these bitches. Plus, let's see if we can't. All right. So here we go. Food. I'm gonna go back here and look again. Except I ain't gonna go look at this shit. Business broker, T-Mobile. All right, here we go. This one's in Florida. Okay, so how much they asking for this shit? The reason I said that is because you can find these for like 100. Okay, forget that. He can take that 250 when I know I can find it for 100. I ain't worried like that. Yeah, BizBin.
Look up. You ever heard of LoopNet?
Yeah. Yep. I forgot to look there. Let's take a look. Y'all already know, bro. You type it in and it just shows up. Y'all know I've been here. All right. Let's see. All right. So T Mobile. What the? Man, what the hell? All right. Not the T-Mobile Center, goddamn it! What the? I ain't trying to go to no T-Mobile Center. You people tripping. All right, so this is what we gonna do. We just gonna go. Oh, I know what to do. Here. So we'll go here to filters. We just gonna go all states, United States. T-Mobile. Okay. What the F? 7-Eleven? What the?
They tripping.
They tripping like. All right. Select all. Actually, we just gonna say retail. Is it all? That's all it is. It's just retail. and we just gonna say T-Mobile. Okay. Yeah, they tripping on this, man. They're saying, "Do you want the whole goddamn shopping center?" That ain't what I'm saying. Every once in a while, I get tired too. But what we gonna do is we gonna look up the subway because for some reason this shit is not cooperating, and I'm running out of patience. But we'll look at the subway.
Man,
Oh,
shout out to
fuck.
Nate Robinson. He tried to get in. He tried to become a boxer. he's trending on social media now. Huh?
Well, why? Because it didn't work.
He got knocked out,
Ah,
or let's just say like Friday, he got knocked the fuck out. I'm like, who are they talking about? I'm thinking they talking about Mike Tyson and Roy Jones, but they talking about it's like somebody else, and it's like, okay, they're talking about Nate Robinson.
Uh-huh.
Shout out to the Detroit Lions. They just released their head coach Matt Patricia, and they did a double whammy. They got rid of the GM and the coach.
Ah, shit. They got rid of everybody.
Damn.
Oh, shit. All right, let's see. That's
Man,
weird.
he's doing some full-fledged research.
Well, I mean, shit, they said restaurants for sale. Might as well
Mm-hmm.
see what the hell's going on. All right.
Right.
What's it say? Search by location. Let's just
Illinois.
What? It won't even give me like an autofill? Is that what it is?
You can probably geolocate it. Just search it through the map. You gotta accept all cookies or exit out.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. That's fine. Whatever. What the fuck? God damn. What the F?
Okay, the blue squares looks like that's where locations are for sale.
All right. Let's just straight go to Phoenix then, because that's the closest one.
Okay.
All right. This one.
Okay. Subway
All right.
store.
Shout out to the Indian dude that's the agent.
Okay.
Franchise development. All right. It's like, okay.
Oh, they don't list the price?
No, they don't. Well, fuck that shit.
Damn.
Hey man, I'm working hard to try and get
Man,
this going for you, bro. You know.
Hey.
You probably like, man, this dude's working harder for this shit than I am. Hold on. Let's see.
That's Soul Shader. I ain't say nothing about no. He said that. I ain't say nothing about no damn subway. But that's a good idea though, because them subways, man, be rocking.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's
see.
I'm getting hungry thinking about.
Yeah. Okay. Here's two of them. Oh shit! All right, yo. I think we found one, bro.
Okay.
2 of them. What is that? No, that. Man, what the fuck? This is like false advertising.
Uh-huh.
Oh hell no, man! Like fuck that shit. $9.50. All right, 2 cents. Man, what the fuck?
$950,000.
Well, yeah, somebody's asking $9.50 for some Dairy Queen. I'm like, man, like y'all got it. Ice cream ain't worth that. Fuck that shit.
It's probably because of the location.
Pizzeria. Okay, select areas. Man, this site went to hell real quick.
Yeah,
I don't know.
this is whack, dude.
Yeah, this shit is fucking ridiculous. The fuck. We keep on checking. Oh, all right, here we go.
I know it's something better than this.
No, we find something. Don't worry about it.
This looks pretty legit.
This looks better.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a Quiznos. But I ain't paying that. Fuck that shit. Well, that's why.
What's that?
It's because of the revenue.
Oh.
They're doing it off the revenue. So they're making you pay a multiple based on the revenue.
Oh.
Right. So yeah, they're saying, okay, this thing makes $375 even though you only take in 50. And they're saying Submarina. Man, fuck this shit, man.
Man, just give up, man. It's okay. We get it. We just paid the $130 that they saying.
Man, fuck this shit,
hey,
bro.
Hey, Soul Shader, he got money.
It's Soul Shader's fault, man.
Hey, Soul Shader got the credit to get the full loan. The little $15,000 and then the $130 build out cost. He got it. Okay. Go and get a loan for $150 and call it a day. Be done with it. And he got him a Subway. And he'll make his return off of his investments. And he gonna give some nice women up in there to make them sandwiches. And he gonna go on Model Mayhem to find some of the finest models to make his sandwiches for his business, and then he gonna be well enough able to pay that that note back for that $150 plus make a profit. Done.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be up tonight trying to look for Subways and shit, but
yeah, I mean, we ain't even trying to, it ain't even no like. I would rather get my own off the ground than buy into something else because of the cost. I mean, it's more people that I've seen over the years come here from other countries or whatever, or even just people that's from here start their own brands or own little establishments and make money off of that versus buying into some franchise. Don't get me wrong, I ain't got no problem with franchises. I'm all for them. But some people don't have the ability to, like, for example, I want a Little Caesars franchise. That's money, dude.
Oh man, yeah.
Little Caesars is like, I think it's about $200,000 between the build cost and the franchise cost, right? It's well worth it in my opinion because, man, people be wanting those hot and ready pizzas and stuff, man, and those cheesy breads and all of that, the sauces and stuff, and then you got the cooler, man, they be lined up, man, to get those pizzas, man. So I think that you'll make enough money from it it's just coming up with that money, man. I mean, not everybody is walking around with $200,000 in their bank account, nor do they have the ability to get a $200,000 loan. So it's just
I found one in Texas for 100 G's.
a Little Caesars.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, cause see, the thing is that that was just the average cost, just like they said, the average cost for the subway. So you don't have to you can find an existing location or something like that you don't necessarily have to spend that much on build out costs. Like, say for example, if you were a carpenter, your build out costs wouldn't be that high because you know how to build. So they just put that in there just as a rough estimate. That's why they put that there.
I found a pizza shop for 50 grand. It's not a Little Caesars. It's like a hole in the wall pizza shop, but
okay.
That's different.
People love pizza here, man. If you got some good crust and some good marinara sauce,
that's it.
Man, that's the ticket, dude. They gonna love your pizza, man. I mean, that's like I'm supposed to go to New York, man, to test their pizza out, but I mean, definitely ain't no time soon. But I'm supposed to go to do a tour of New York pizza. But it's like I got on Underrated show, and they were like talking about some places to go.
Oh, and, JT.
Yeah.
A shout out to JT, man. Yeah, he cool.
Yeah, so I'm supposed to, like, whenever this COVID thing clears up, I'm gonna be going to New York to review their pizzerias, man. I mean, they couldn't tell me like no one place or two or three places. They were like all over the place, but I'm gonna go there just to review their pizza because I ain't never been to New York. All I know is Chicago stuffed crust, man. Giordano's,
yeah,
all day long, man. I mean, some people like Pizzeria Uno and all this other stuff, man. I grew up, man, off of Giordano's pizza, man. Shout out to Giordano's, pizzeria stuffed crust. One pizza is enough for you for a whole meal,
I've been there. I've been to Giordano's.
Yep. So, yeah,
sure.
man.
By the way, I found a Metro PCS, which is basically like a T-Mobile. It's like T-Mobile's second.
Yeah.
Brand.
Right.
But I found one, and let's see.
But I mean, it's like, why would you buy the existing place, right? When you can just start have you a guy that repairs cell phones and start off of the foundation of that guy, and then get to and then buy phones, and then have like the little display cases, and then have the accessories, the chargers, and then have the ability to take payments because if you're dealing with prepaid phones, you can just let me tell you something, bro. I had a computer shop, and I was starting to get onto cell phones. I was actually collecting payments for like Simple Mobile, Boost, and all of that type of stuff.
Total Wireless.
Yeah, I did it before. I did it a couple months, man. So what you'll have is like, these guys are still doing this to this day. Like, they still probably, if I go down 79th Street in Chicago, West 70 or East 79th Street, these guys probably are still there. So they got a store where they got cell phone accessories and chargers, and then the latest and greatest cell phones, and then some cheap cell phones, and they just sell cell phones, and then they collect payments for like Boost Mobile, any type of prepaid, T-Mobile, AT&T, Sprint, Boost, you name it, and they collect a lot of payments, and then they sell cell phones, and then they'll even have they might have a repair guy, but they might not even have a repair guy. And then they make money off of all of those things, and they ain't got no nothing. They just a store. And then this guy, I know he got an appliance section on the other side of the store. He makes money off of selling stoves, refrigerators, and washing machines and dryers. And then on the other side, he's selling cell phones. Man, that dude making a killing, man. You know, I mean, I was actually trying to get into cell phones, and then it just like, I was, just kind of closed up shop. But you ain't got no existing nothing. You can start your own. I mean, I don't recommend, if you don't got the capital, I don't recommend nobody to spend no $100,000 for no existing business.
Right.
Because you might be buying an existing problem.
That's right.
100%.
100%.
I mean, you got a slim margin of error. Never forget that. Unless you got a multi-million dollar inheritance or whatever, or you got somebody that's gonna give you some money, whole bunch of money, you like me, you got a slim margin of error. And if you make a bad decision, because you really, really ideally, the goal is you should be able to take $10,000 and turn it into $100,000 or $1 million, really. I mean, it's that urgent. You really need to hit that ball, drop the head of the bat, hit the center mass of that ball, and hit a home run with $10,000. For
100%.
example, when Neo was a dollar, let me go back to Neo. Let me go back to old granddaddy Neo, right? And put in, all I gotta do is put in that what the price was when it was at $1. So let me see here and see when it was at $1. Because we all know when we bought it or when we were paying attention to it. I remember when it was $1, then I bought it. So, yep, it was $1. Let's see here.
What, 2018?
Let's see here. Yep, because I was paying attention to it for quite a while. Let's see here. I know, okay, it was back at $1, September 2019. Actually, it was $1. It was still at $1 at November 2019. And then also, let me see here. Let me see. When else was at $1? So I've been following this. Yeah, it was at $1 around November. $1 and some change about November of last year. Okay, so $10,000, right? I mean, compared to if you would have bought 10,000 shares, 10,000 times $54. Okay, 54,000. That's actually that's 540,000. So 10,000 times 54. I'm sure that's $500,000 right there. That will be the equivalent of an MSP home run. So you literally took 10 grand. You waited just a year. So you waited a year, and then next thing you know, okay, after just 1 year, just go sit down. Don't even worry about it. Just be like, all right, I'm gonna buy this, buy 10,000 shares. I'm not gonna look at it for a year. Then look up and it's $54 a share. You got $500,000 just right there. You don't have to buy no restaurant, no Subway, no pizza shop, no nothing. Just buy 10,000 shares of one company. like I mentioned before, I said one of the things that I learned from buying and selling stocks for 10 years, it's the amount that you actually buy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, because like, here's the thing: if the stock goes in reverse or it doesn't show any growth, it's a mute point. But when it does show growth or you make a sizable return, when you only have 100 shares or anything less than 500 to 1,000, you're not really making that much gains because it's just a small amount of volume of shares of stocks. So you don't really get the maximum return until you actually get 1,000 shares, 10,000. Really, to be honest, the big boys are what trading 100,000. They got 100,000 shares, million shares.
Right.
You know, 500,000, 500,000 shares, 250,000 shares. You get to that level, you get to thinking like that. That's kind of key. You know, I know it's hard to think like that because a lot of stocks are a lot of premier stocks are not penny stocks or dollar stocks or anything like that. So it's kind of it's hard to
Yeah,
really.
that's where we make money, bro. Like,
Mm,
see, when these guys, when these hedge fund guys and everybody else is out here making money, there's a there's a minimum price that a stock has to be in order for them to even participate.
yeah, I mean the thing about it, like I was telling Soul Shader, I was following Neo. Like I wish, I'm gonna do a year analysis. Okay, that's gonna be maybe I'll see maybe I'll do it for Monday. Maybe I'll switch the market Monday now that the title that I have now. I'll switch it to the analysis of Neo or something like that because basically I know I bought this stock when it was like $1 or something. I can look
Right.
at my investment accounts and see where I bought in because I know this stock was on the radar because there was a lot of people talking about it. I mean, and there's a couple guys that I follow. I follow another guy, um, Millions by Nephew. Okay, Millions by Nephew. He was talking about Neo out, and it was during the time that I was buying it too. So I mean, the thing about it is it was well below. I was well in the time frame. When I actually purchased it. Well before you guys, and I still didn't make enough money off of it because I was I was not holding stocks. I mean,
Right.
I had
Right.
I
Right.
I, I I'm trying to teach myself to actually buy and hold. Buy and hold is definitely the way to go. If you can at least buy and hold for a year cycle, if you could teach your brain to hold stocks for at least a year, I think that's key. I'm seeing that is key. I mean, the case for Neo is exactly what I would say is the key because I mean, all you have to do is wait a year. A year goes by quick. I mean,
Right.
I
Right.
still remember buying my car. I mean, that was just a year ago. So now I'm looking at my TD Ameritrade, looking at my orders because I want to find out when I actually bought this in because I know I bought this company. And it's gonna make me probably want to throw my laptop because I think I did. No,
Yeah.
I seriously think I did buy 500 to 1,000 shares of Neo. I seriously, I can
I think
remember
I think I ended up buying it in February or
how many
something.
shares did you buy.
3,000.
Dang.
Woo!
Yeah. Yeah.
Woo! Boy, boy, boy. So now I'm okay. I'm looking at 2019. It ain't. I didn't really. Let's see. Did I do a lot? No. I'm
Because
looking.
because I remember it was after COVID had happened. So. That had to have been like in 2020, obviously.
Okay, so it's not that much happened in 2019. I think I wasn't really trading that much. Okay, so
I
now we
didn't get
go.
into investing until like late 2019, like late October. That's when I jumped in.
I'll tell you exactly when I bought because I'll look in my shit.
See, I would have been better off had I just held on. I mean, believe it or not, I really didn't go hard in the paint talking about that LPCN stock that I put in the chat. How about this? If you look in, okay, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I'm still looking at at my TD Ameritrade account. Oh, Neo, I bought in. I see Neo. Wait, hold on, hold on. All right, let me see if I see it again. Okay, wait. No, I didn't buy that many, but I bought Neo on my account. Only 5 shares. This was February 2020. And then I bought 20 shares. This February 20. I mean, yeah, February 6, 2020. Nah. 25. I bought 25 again. Wait, no, that's another company. That's another company. That's NINO. INIO. Okay. And then I bought another 4 shares, about 6 shares, and so I was buying it and selling it. It was $4. I was 117 2020. I bought another 6 shares in Neo. So I was buying it. And I just kept selling it. But let me tell you, I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah, I ended up buying. Let's see, 1, 2, 2,300. Yeah, I ended up buying at my height. I had 5,000 shares.
Wow.
And I ended up selling 2,000 at profit. So that means I had 5,700 shares actually. So I had 3,700, and then I sold that too. So.
Dang.
Yeah.
That hurts.
I know, man. Shit. I had 12 grand worth of shares in Neo when I sold it. 2,700 shares was the last amount that I sold.
Dang.
That hurts.
I fucked that up.
That hurts my soul.
Hey.
Because you were balling.
I was going for it, man. Fuck.
You were balling.
Fuck.
So that means basically, like, as I go through my entire freaking computer.
All right, so 122, I bought 2,000 shares. 122, I bought 700 shares. 131, I bought 1,000, and so let's see, 1,000, 2,000, 2,700, 3,700, 4,700. I had 4,700 shares. Fuck.
Man.
Fuck.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, look at the screen right here. Okay, this is lipocene, right? So now this company, they are a medical, basically a pharmaceutical company. So let me close out of this. So here's the deal.
Okay.
Had I just, like, okay, here's Here's my TD Ameritrade. Okay, I bought them. Okay, I know it shows that if it don't show it on. Okay, see here. I bought it for 51 cents. Literally right here. 51.
Man.
Okay, I got in at 309 before, right during the panic of COVID. Fucking bought the fucking shit. Go sit my fucking happy ass down.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, wait a year. Matter of fact, fuck it. Just sold it when it's at its peak at $2.23. Just fucking
Right.
what? I could have bought at least what 100. Wait, 50 cent.
You could have bought all of us a Subway with that money, bro.
Okay, so
Yeah.
We
how
all
much
could have had a
bought?
Subway.
1,000 would have cost me $500, I think. So yeah, I could have bought at least 2,000.
Yo, bro, do me a favor and look up something called Hexa.
Hexo.
Hexo. Hexo.
Oh, Hexo.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it? What is it?
Oh,
Hexo. Hexo.
I got it.
Exo Corp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's 87 cents.
But it was a year to date. It was up $2.
Right. So it hit its pullback, and it was sitting at around 70 cents recently. Like go back about a month ago. See that?
Okay.
It's right there. Now, you can look at Cron if you want.
What's that?
CRON. This is all like the weed place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm following the weed thing. It's one company called I forgot the name of it, but I think it's Lexa Labs or something. That
All
I've
right.
been.
So if you can see, that thing was sitting at like $6 and change like last month.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, ain't it?
Starting to take off.
It's the sector,
Yeah.
bro.
Same thing with CGC.
Look, it's the sector. Money is rotating into that goddamn sector. That's what's happening.
Yeah, search CGC.
Canopy growth?
Yeah. It used to be like $13 like last year, and now it's $29.
Look at that. Same pattern, bro.
Dropped off. Then 6 months. Okay. Wow. Yeah,
go about 30 days.
6 months.
Go about 30 days.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Same thing.
Yeah. They're about
money's rotating, bro. Money's
this.
rotating into that bitch.
It's like 60. This one is up 150 freaking percent. Wait, hold on. Aurora cannabis. That's what I clicked on.
Mm-hmm.
This one is. They said 150.
Oh man, yo.
Oh my God! Wow, this is the biggest jump here.
Yeah, that's
y'all
like
didn't talk about this.
$6 and change, and it's at like 10 now.
It's at $4. It was at $4 a month ago.
Look at
October 30th, and
60%.
155% is what they're saying.
Dang! Look at MJ.
Oh yeah, that's the ETF.
I'm gonna buy that. I think I'm just gonna buy that this month. I mean next month.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you buy into it and the sector goes up, you gonna get something out of it, bro.
Right. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy that ETF.
Because it's based on the sector. Yeah, you end up go buying it on the sector,
That's
and you'll
what
be
it
fine.
is. It's the same thing. Wait, is this the? No, this is something else. This is something else. But I'm trying to find that company that's in it's in Chicago. They made the news because they were making a whole bunch of money. Mhm. What is the name of that freaking okay, I gotta search for it now. North Side Chicago medical marijuana. Just weed. Fucking okay. Windy City cannabis. No, that's not it. Well, let's put in this because I know it was one of these places. Sunnyside. It's not it. Not consume. Let's see here. It's not it. All right, we're gonna find this sucker. Okay, we're gonna look at the maps here. Let's see here. Man, they all close to each other. What is this here? Something else. It's like way up here. It was way up here.
The play on these pot stocks is legalization.
Yeah, they're about to vote when they go back in this session. The vote is still up for debate for just nationalized legalization of marijuana. So that is the freaking vote.
And Biden already said, or no, it's not Biden, but Kamala said, I mean, you never pay attention to these people, but Kamala said that legalization is on the table.
Right.
And that's I wouldn't say that's what
One
caused
thing
it.
you can count on the Democrats. Democrats are pro weed, okay?
Yeah.
That's typically, what they are about. Now, they might be against other stuff, but they are definitely pro weed. Okay.
Yeah, man. There's so many ways to make money on the pot thing. There's like 30 companies that are fucking public.
Yeah. I'm trying to find this one that actually is in the Chicago area, and I looked up their stock and it was through the roof. Now here's the deal. I'm gonna look at oh yeah, this is the one. Yes.
Oh,
This
Conco Labs?
This is the fucker here. Yes,
that?
Cresco Labs.
Cresco Labs.
This fucker here.
What company
Look at
is
this
that?
shit. This is based out of Chicago, Illinois. These guys here, I don't even know who they are, but they're making shit ton of fucking money. Remember I was telling you they're making $1 million a month? These motherfuckers are probably making $10 million a month. These fuckers. Look at this.
What does the month chart look like? Because that's,
God damn it, through the
yeah.
it's like a roller coaster that it's like what the fuck, like it's like freaking you about to go off the mountain somewhere or something. Like it's not even a roller coaster. It's like freaking
Al's getting a contact high by seeing
man,
that chart.
I'm like now I was just smoking last night. I mean, this is goddamn it, not even a roller coaster. This is like an upward incline. It's like a hill. I mean,
dang.
This is. Dang. I mean, look, this is dude. I mean,
what was that low, bro?
Okay, so here's the deal, right? I don't really know that much about OTCs. What does it take for OTC to get out of OTC status to actually make it to the actual markets like NYSE,
It's
Nasdaq?
well, it's a part of. Okay, the OTCs are a part of the market. It's market capitalization that keeps them OTC.
So what is okay? Let's Google this. How does a company get out of OTC? Because this fucker look like it's coming out of the OTC shit.
Decentralized market where participants trade stocks, commodities, and other instruments directly between two parties without a central exchange.
Yeah, I know what OTC is, but I want to know because some companies do come out of OTCs and actually make it to the mainstream market.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So they're not listed on the NYSE, but you can still purchase them like you would in normal NYSEs.
Okay, so this is Investopedia.com. How does a stock move from OTC to a major exchange? Okay. Over-the-counter markets can be used to trade stocks, bonds, currencies, and commodities. This is a decentralized market that has, unlike standard exchange, no physical location. That's why it's also referred to as off-exchange trading. There are many reasons why a company may trade OTC, but it's not an option that provides much exposure or even a lot of liquidity. Trading on an exchange, though, does. But is there a way for companies to move from one to another? Okay. Key takeaways: over-the-counter securities are not listed on an exchange, but trade through a broker-dealer network. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. It isn't impossible for a company that trades OTC to make the leap to a major exchange, but as noted above, there are several steps it must take before they can list. Okay, so they said noting above. So over-the-counter security. Okay, companies can jump from OTC market to a standard exchange as long as they meet listing and regulatory requirements, which may vary by exchange. Exchanges must approve a company's application to the list, which should be accompanied by financial statements. Fucking key right here. Their financial statements have to be really, really good, I would imagine. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. All right. So this fucker here, they are taking off. They'll be on the fucking standard exchange if they continue to do so within probably a year or less. Okay. You know, yeah, they're okay. Molly Fool was talking about them 2 weeks ago. You know, they did an article on them literally 2 weeks ago. Okay. Um, blah 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 blah.
I'm looking at these pop plays, boy.
Yeah, it's this one's crazy. Let me put this in the chat here because this is some key shit. Molly Fool actually, they be right on a lot of shit. It costs some money. Like whenever I be talking about like consult a stock advisor and shit like that. Well, Molly Fool, they actually have premium services where they actually have analysts and advisors and shit.
I'm thinking about selling out of Pfizer.
No, don't do it.
And what if I was to move that into the MJ?
No, because see, here's the thing: you'll be doing what I'll be doing. Don't be like me, because you'll be broke as fuck. I mean, you'll be like 40 years old on some broke shit. Because see, you see what I'm doing. See, one of the reasons why I'm transparent and I'm also trying to learn myself is because you see where I'm making a fucking like move where I'm making errors.
Right.
It's like, I know why you trying to do that, because you don't want to, either don't have any money, or you want to move some money real quick to capitalize on something, and you want to get out of a trade to do so. Just deposit some money. If you want to buy a particular
Here's
stock, just deposit some more money. I mean, don't get
here's
out
what
of
I
your positions.
here's what I would say. Okay. Number one, um, find find a way to actually understand the markets.
Right.
This is beyond like understanding a stock symbol or anything else like that. Invest in understanding the markets. That's technical analysis. That's the other stuff, right? On top
Right.
of that, if you have a position that's winning for you, I wouldn't get out of a position that's winning. I would keep the money in the position that's winning as long as you can manage it.
Right.
Okay. And I would take money outside of your position and build another position in whatever you wanted to.
But see, here's the deal. Here's the deal, right? So, okay, I mean, you taking the U.S. dollar, right? You taking whatever the currency, the dollar, and you're putting it in stocks because it's a possibility to get more money, to convert the dollars into stock positions, right? Future stock
Right.
positions. So you're using that same, because, like, for example, that same dollar to buy one Neo stock a year ago, or let's just say $2 to buy one Neo stock, would have got you $55. Okay.
Right.
Now, if you would have saved that same $2 under your mattress, it wouldn't have got you nothing but a bunch of germs and sweat on top of some dollars, you know, versus you have putting it in a position of Neo and you would have gotten $55 for the same $2. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, the thing about it is, here's the move with Pfizer. They gonna move slow. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm gonna just tell you, like,
Yeah, they are. They are because
my
they're
ex-wife used to work for Pfizer.
they're a legacy company. They don't move fast.
They don't move fast, bro. They ain't gonna move
Okay.
fast. So it's gonna be like a situation where it might be a year from now before they even go up. Even, it doesn't even matter. Like, well, it will matter if the vaccine takes off. If their
Right.
vaccine actually wins, then yeah, it's gonna move up. But I don't know if it's gonna move up, like, where it's like just goes through the roof. I don't know. And usually Pfizer, if you looked at the historical chart, and it's probably why you have, and it's like, it's kind of like, you know, but that they don't move high like that. None of them really do. Like, as far as Pfizer, the big, let's say the big three: Abbott, Pfizer, and
Why
what's it?
don't you take a look at Moderna?
Baxter. Those companies, they typically, they don't move up that high. Like, they don't just take off like just through the roof. Like,
Okay.
yeah, a lot of
Why
those
don't
companies that do that, you look at, like that one company I showed you. That's an up and coming company. All it takes is like I think the reason why that company Lipocine went higher is because they got approved for some like drug that treats liver diseases or something. And
why don't you take a look at Moderna, bro? Moderna's just cooking.
okay, yes,
mRNA.
mRNA. Let me see that. Moderna. Yeah, I looked at them on market, one of my market Mondays where I was talking about the coronavirus. I looked them up already, but I'll look them up again. No biggie.
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised when you check them out.
So I should be able to just go back from, I'd just say 1 month. So yeah, I mean that's a pretty big jump, but that's all because of the coronavirus.
Right.
Yeah,
100%.
because they're another one that has a vaccine.
Yeah,
They had a vaccine.
they're the one that Fauci likes.
But see, here's the bigger thing. I mean, it goes back. What would you do in a year? You know, it goes back. What would you do in? Let's go. Let's just the tale of what would you do in a year. Well, you would buy Moderna stock if you had any sense, because I didn't have any. I could tell you, I had no. This is crazy. 1 year.
Yeah, from like 25 to.
For every one share would net you $100.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. Over $100 would change to spare. I mean, this is crazy, man. This is more crazy than Wayfair.
Shout out to Elliott Wave Theory.
Did you buy it? Did you get in on this?
I got in on it and made some money on it and sold it probably in the triple digits. I bought it in the 80s and sold it, I think, in the hundreds, but I didn't hold on this long. But I still made some money on it.
Damn.
And any time it wants to come back down, I got fresh capital to kind of play with it.
Damn, man, this is crazy, man.
Yeah.
December, I had, I had money. I've had money, man, but the patience, I didn't have any patience.
Hey, yo, check out Novavax, bro.
What is that?
It's NVAX. Check out the 52-week low.
This Australian dollar. Okay.
NVAX.
Is this it? Novavax?
Novavax.
Oh, Novavax. Okay. Oh my God! I'll be back, man. Man, I'll be back, man. Fuck this shit, man.
That top mountain is 189, by the way. So, just telling you, man, the importance of sectors.
Right.
The importance of sectors are right there, man. All these people can talk about hoes and the gynocracy. I'm trying to find out what sector I can make money.
I mean, yeah, all of the
I know, right?
time wasted talking about this broad and this problem of this not getting this broad, and
yeah,
I mean, I'm all for social problems, but I mean that's why I just changed my whole channel, because I'm like, I ain't doing this again. But hold on. I have to stop the show, man. I gotta change shirts, man. I gotta change shirts on this. I done lost my shirt, man. You mean to tell me December? So I'm thinking I'm worried about even Neo. or I mean, anything, right? I didn't miss this one. And this ain't this not no like reverse stock split or none of that shit.
No.
Straight no chaser, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. So you mean to tell me for every freaking share of $5, I would have netted $120? Oh
Yeah.
I hate it, man.
Yeah.
I hate it. So what the fuck happened? What did they do? Did they start making sex dolls or something?
No. Bro, the vaccine.
Oh, they're heavily invested in vaccine development.
Mm-hmm.
God, dog.
And they're the ones that are going to supply Europe with the vaccine and parts of Asia with the vaccine as well.
So, had I known more, I definitely was gun ho here, pretty gun ho, and even then, it was like opportunity. And then wait, I wouldn't even be surprised if I bought this shit and just sold it. I swear to God, Invax, that looks familiar. Cause see, the thing is, I don't give a fuck what if it comes up under my scanner. I'll buy that shit. I don't give a fuck. I'll just buy it. But see, I just try to like hold it until like I can make a whole bunch of money off of it. Second it goes down, I sell it. And that's not the good move.
That's not the move.
See.
And that's, well, you can do that, but you need to trade with. See, here's the thing, right? Here was my problem before I really learned Elliott wave theory. And I'm not saying I learned it. I mean, I'm learning it and I know how it functions. I was the type of dude like, all right, I bought this thing for like $5 and it came to like $6. I'm like, yo, I made some money. I'm thinking about selling this shit. And now with Elliott wave theory, I'm like, no, man, like you out here buying this thing for McDonald's level profits. You know what I mean? Like you happy that somebody ended up buying the Big Mac and the cash register rang.
I could have bought easily. Okay. At least 100 shares. Definitely 2.
Yeah, I could have bought probably at that rate. I probably could have bought 3,000 shares. But.
Dang.
Yeah.
I mean, that you know.
Yeah, I know what sector I'm focusing on Monday.
Yeah, man, it's going. Look, and when I talked to Dollar Will, he was like, "Yo, pay attention to this, man, because the world wants this shit to go away. Like this ain't no like buy the shit in December because Black Friday's showing up. The world wants this shit to go away. So they pumping all kind of money to go back to normal."
Yeah, they got this shit. This shit is past the point where it's cool anymore. This shit is gonna go into 2021. You know, they like dropped the ball way past. I mean, they dropped it twice. You can even say because this critter. It's messing all kind of stuff up. I mean, they were Illinois was about to play Ohio State for college football today. They had players coming up positive. They had to cancel the game.
Oh shit.
And then the Baltimore Ravens was going to play the Pittsburgh Steelers. They had to postpone their game because LeVar Jackson and other players. Shout out to Officer Charles. He has COVID-19.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Oh shit. When did he get it?
Like a week ago or so.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was a wave that hit Baltimore, because a lot of the Baltimore Ravens players got it. A couple of the Pittsburgh players got it. Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, man. This sucker is not no punk. Now, here's the thing, like, on the cheap, deep level, right? This is what you got to get. This is what one of the doctors, Indian doctor I saw on I think it was ABC7. They're having a 90% effectiveness level. No, 80% effectiveness level with cheap treatment with vitamins A, C, and D. You can just throw in shit, fuck it. Throw in a vitamin B in that motherfucker. And then throw E in the fucker too. With just A, B, C, D, and E. I'll just add it to it. Cause I always add stuff to things. That's just what I do. I just add things. But he was saying just vitamins A, C, and D. Okay, but why not just throw B and E in that mix, right?
Sure.
Iron and zinc, and aspirin. You want to write this shit fucking down and go get this shit already if you're smart. And don't even wait till like you getting sick and then you got the I call it the woo flu. Don't wait till you get the woo flu and then you know what I'm saying, and then you got to go out and get this shit. Get it before. If anything, you feel anything different, you're going to take this cocktail, aspirin, vitamin A, C, D, and zinc and iron. You're going to have this in your little woo flu pack. And then whenever you feel anything different, you're going to pull out your woo flu pack and take it. Take all of them with some water, juice, whatever. And this doctor said there's an 80% effectiveness to patients that have mild cases of COVID-19. I saw it on ABC News. I don't remember the doctor's name. I just passed the message out. I put it on my Al's Herbs page. I, sprayed it out. So, I mean, that just is like kind of like a cheap, like literally you can go and get a multivitamin, men's multivitamin. It has all of that in there. It has A through E, okay, and also iron. It might not have zinc, but if you're gonna read the label, 9 times out of 10 it already has zinc in there, and also iron. But you're gonna just add aspirin to it. So in theory, just get you a multivitamin, men's multivitamin, and then just get you some aspirin. If ever you feel, different, you just take that, and you should be enough to kind of feel a little bit better. I have zinc. I went and got some more aspirin. I think like a couple days ago. So I got my multivitamins. I got I even have zinc by itself, and then of course aspirin, some light dose aspirin. So Officer Chuck, he's got it. I wish him a full recovery. Also, anybody else that has it, man. I mean, but the opportunity is still there, guys. I'm definitely gonna be thinking of ET, because whenever you see Elliott wave theory, I think of, I don't know if you guys I know younger than I am, but ET, he was, the alien creature or whatever. Steven
Oh
Spielberg.
yeah, I remember that movie.
He used to say, Elliot, Elliot. So whenever you say Elliott wave theory, man, I'm like, man, it ain't nothing but subliminal, because that was the first movie my mom ever took me to, man. E.T., man, 1983, bro. It just makes sense, man. Elliott wave theory all day, okay? And yeah, man. We might have crapped out. I mean, Iori and Soul Shady, y'all done made some money, okay? Cool,
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make some trades on Monday.
cool beans, man. 2020, we all gonna make some money.
That's right.
Yup.
That's right.
I mean, no, 2021.
That's right. That's right.
2020, because there's no excuses now. 2021 is definitely no excuses, okay? And all of the pussy talk and all of that, who gives a fuck? Because if, let's say it's a dragon. Let's say the gynocracy is the dragon. Well, the passport and the $1 million in the bank account is the sword.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the dragon ain't gonna come nowhere near you, because he know he don't want to get his head cut off. I mean, he just a lot of the things, man. I'll be honest with you. The more success I make, the more achievements that I focus on, and the things that I focus on, I ain't got no problems with no women. I don't even have no problems with my ex-wife. I swear to God.
Right. Right.
I have zero problem. Even my grandma. I mean, the lights is fucked up. These lights that she had probably is older than I am. She was pissed off, and then I just told her, "Hey, grandma, I was just trying to move the refrigerator." I mean, I ain't got no problems with no women, man, at all. I mean, absolutely none. And I mean, I feel bad for those that are. I mean, shout out to Jay-Z, 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
Mm-hmm.
I feel sorry that you are, but I ain't got sitting there a bit of problem. Now, I'm not freaking the Playboy freaking of the year or whatever. I'm not the guy that used to have the Playboy mansion. I forgot his name, but I ain't got women all around me and all that type of stuff. But
Hugh Hefner.
Shout out to R.I.P. Hugh. I'm not nowhere near Hugh, but I mean, I do know the powers of Hugh, and those powers were he was rich as hell. Okay, fun to be around. So I mean, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm gonna be just giving a whole bunch of young women a whole bunch of money just so they could be around me. But I mean, yeah, I ain't got nowhere near the Hugh Hefner type situation, but I get the looks. I walk outside, I get looks every day. I mean, it's no big deal though. My life, man. I mean, I'm too focused on my goals. I'm focused on my plan, my steps, real estate, stocks, reselling merchandise, my job,
Yeah.
my businesses. I got too much, man. My Mondays, if your Mondays are not busy, you're doing something wrong. Your
100%.
Mondays should be busy, man. Like you should, man. My Mondays are usually very, very busy, man. So if your Mondays are like you ain't got nothing to do. You just you ain't doing enough, basically. That's a sign right there. You're not doing enough. Your Mondays should be. You should gotta go to run to the post office, maybe 1 or 2 times. Make a few trades, do some account management. If you're working, you gotta do that, and that alone is gonna be, busy, because usually my Mondays are busy with work, because people spill coffee on their laptop over the weekend, and then they need another replacement. I got a couple orders I gotta ship out when I get home, and I gotta do another market Monday. I mean, my Mondays are pretty busy, man. So that just goes without mentioning me. But it's like that every Monday. I mean, my Mondays are usually very, very busy. So and it should be. That means that you got a lot of stuff going on. So
right, 100%.
Quite a bit, but yeah, I mean, 2021, no excuses, man. No excuses.
100%, bro. 100%.
Yeah.
Cause we got to understand this now. I mean, we both have the same problems. I mean, well, I don't know about Soul Shader, man. He up there counting. He's like Scrooge McDuck in DuckTales, man. He got his little room, and he just jumps into all his coins, and you know what I'm saying. He just got a whole bunch. He got a room full of bundles of cash. He just jumps in like a swimming pool. But me and Ori definitely we getting out them trades a little bit too early. If we just stop doing that alone,
That's
could
it.
that big huge returns, obviously.
That's it, man. That's it. That's it.
You know,
Yes, it's all about making the course correction, man. That's all.
Yeah, because I definitely
because if you can pick the bitch, you can make money on it. Picking is the hardest part.
Yeah,
Picking is the hardest part. You can find it all. Like my pick meter is pretty good. I know what to look for.
Right.
My whole thing is up until recently, I didn't pay attention to price the way that I should have.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I didn't necessarily understand trading the structure in an Elliott wave way, and that was the cutoff for me.
So that's one of the things that I've worked on already. I don't get out of trades that quick anymore. I mean, I do. Sometimes I don't even set stop losses. Like I know on my Robinhood account, I don't even really like. It'll take me some time. I'll just set a stop loss, maybe eventually, but because like right now I'm out of Neo. I tried to set a stop loss, and it reached that stop loss, and I got out. But I made a little money off of it. I made probably about $50 off of just 4 shares of Neo when it went up, because I got in at like 40 something, then it shot up to like 50 something dollars and stuff. But then I got out. But I'm just, I'm definitely I'm more of a long term. I might get back into Neo. I don't know. I mean, I doubt it. I'm looking for something that I could probably hold for like 6 months to a year. I think that's the sweet spot. I'm seeing 6 months to a year is something about that. I don't know, right? But I'm definitely, like I said, I'm definitely still learning. I'm gonna do some research on the Elliott wave. But they're saying Nate Robinson, the ex New York Knicks, ex New York Knicks, ex Chicago Bulls guard, got knocked out by a YouTuber.
Huh.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know he was fighting anybody. I didn't get any updates, and I don't have any cable TV, so I mean,
no idea.
I would know, but they saying he got knocked out by somebody that's a YouTube guy or something. But anyway, I guess I'll eventually see it. But
You will,
wow,
bro.
crazy.
You will. You will. All right,
Yeah.
fellas. I'm gonna get some rest.
All right.
All right, then.
But yeah, I mean, hopefully, there was plenty to kind of tell you guys. Yeah, man, just work it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, as long as you've got your bankroll up to a point where you've got the funding to actually make these moves. I mean, to be honest, it's a 3-step process, right? Number
Right.
one is the funding to actually take the move.
Yeah.
Then it's taking the move. Then it's having the guts and the structure to make money off the move.
Right.
That's it. It's a 3-step process. Now, some people can have the money, but not really have the structure like I did until recently. Some people have other issues, but it's like that 3-step process. Once you get your funding up and you learn how to trade with structure, then it gets easier. I think in the next 2 to 3 months, I'm going to be in a different place in terms of trading with the structure because I'm fine, because I'm just starting to understand how trading with the structure actually works. It's a change in mindset is really what it is.
Right.
Because instead of making like a couple dollars and feeling like you're a super trader and stuff like that, like, okay, you made like $2 or $3 on a trade, cool. How big was the trade size?
Right.
If you made $2 or $3 on the trade, how much money did you actually make? Right. So these days, on the right stock, my minimum share count is 1,000 shares. Right. But the thing was, I had to discipline myself to say, hey, like, don't worry about the $4 or $5 that you made. Keep your stop loss up as you're making more money. Move your stop loss up to match that. So that way you're guaranteed to make money on the trade. But don't get out of the trade until you start seeing something in the price start to break down.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Right.
Because like sometimes, a lot of times what people will do is that they'll just like get out of a trade because they feel like they don't want to be in the trade anymore. And the thing is, the justification has to be visual. You have to visually see that there's like a break in the price action.
Right.
There's a break in the structure, stuff like that, right? And that should be the reason that you get out of the trade.
Right.
So that's that.
I call that like laddering. So you get up one ring of the ladder, set your stop loss, goes higher, and you set it higher so you don't make that much losses. And then, even if it goes higher again, you reset your stop loss higher.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, because that's the way that you guarantee profit.
Right. Because the goal is profits. It's not, I mean, it is the other things too, but you do want to make your profits too. If you want to get back in, you could always get back in, but you want to make your profits too.
100%. 100%. All right, fellas.
All right,
bro. All right,
I'll
talk to y'all soon.
All right, talk to you guys later.
Later.